Oh, we're live. Now, if I can just
Great.
get the music to stop playing in my head.
So that doesn't work like that.
I don't know why it is playing. Why? Oh, I know where it's playing. I,
Are you
I had
still
my
listening to a
I
live
had
one?
my Patreon window open.
Mm.
I was like, where is that coming from? And I
Pretty
had to
soon you would have
rewind that
heard
one.
you talking about why the music was still playing, and then there would have been
And
a whole thing.
it would have. It's you know what? It's become a whole thing. This
Yeah.
is the thing that it is. Speaking of the thing that it is, welcome everyone to Force 5 Open Chat, which is a spinoff of another thing I do, which is about Star Wars and toys and talking to really incredibly fun, wonderful people. This is a spinoff of that where I do that live and open toys with sometimes a guest, sometimes not. I'm lucky enough to have Mike Kaess back
I'm lucky
chat
to
about
be
toys.
here. I'm lucky to be here. Let's be honest.
Thank you for coming back again.
Of course.
Been wanting to do this a while because I wanted to talk year end wrap up.
Yeah.
Because a lot has been happening. A lot has been coming out for
To
good or
say the
ill.
least. Yep.
So I figured we'd have something to talk about during all
Tons.
this.
Tons.
And opinions to be had. And I know you regularly have opinions on Black Series Cantina.
I'm paid to. I mean, not really, but if I got paid to do it, I would be paid to.
We got some comments.
Oh.
Including a little tease for a little bit.
Oh.
And also, hey Justin. Did we get some cool figures over the holidays?
I did. I did. So I for the first time since 2007 had Christmas with my family this year. And like we had family friends over. They were like my brother's best friends, and since my brother died, they've been helping my family out a lot. So they come over all the time. So they were having Christmas there as well. And like the guy, the family friend adult man, he pulled me aside after Christmas. He's like, "How come you get so many cool toys?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "I got a book."
What do you mean,
I got
Mr.
like
Adultman?
right. He's like, "I got a book." And like, "How come you got toys?" Like, "I want toys." I was like, "Ask for toys." I don't know what to tell
Did
you.
he not know that this was a thing that was possible?
you can be a completely adult
Is this a
person.
clear sign of the generational divide?
Yeah.
That
Like you could be a completely adult person. I got more toys than like the kids did.
so they had to sit back and watch you opening all your toys.
Oh man. I mean, I had to I was actually a little worried about like finding them playing with them because you know they're like mythic legions and stuff where they're not fragile, but they're not fragile. Rob Henry, how's it going, buddy?
You were definitely not going to be
No.
letting them play with your toys.
No, absolutely not. That's a hard no. That's a hard no.
Did they make a go for it? Were they like
No, you know what? They were all pretty good. They were pretty good.
they were very respectful of the adult toys?
Yep. I also mostly kept them locked in my room unless I was actively playing with one. So
there were trust issues
yeah,
involved.
absolutely.
You were not going to risk in
I
any
was
way.
not. I was not.
Oh, hey Ethan.
Another
And
Ethan.
hey,
How's it
Rob.
going, man?
So I don't know where to start this. I want to give something I'm not opening, but I did want to give an honorable mention to.
Okay.
Something that Diamond Select sent over, which is their repack of their first wave of Muppet figures. I don't know if you can see. We got Gonzo, Fozzie, Phenomena, Bean Bunny, Scooter, and Kermit. Their Scooter is not my favorite. I think the rest are really good. They are also all in 6-inch scale. So if you want Muppets that are properly scaled to your Marvel Legends or your Star Wars figures,
now how do those compare to like Palisades?
Night and day. I mean,
Better
Palisades were very meticulously researched and released at a time when it seemed like plastic cost nothing.
Sure.
So I think the Palisades are technically they'd be probably an 8-inch scale.
Yeah, they were a little bigger. Yeah.
8 or 9-inch. Do I have anyone? I don't think I have a Palisades quick to hand. They're all
And,
okay.
like, I get a toy fair and like see the Palisades figures in there and be like, I really want to buy those. And I just never did. I never found them. Like they weren't in regular stores that I saw. So like I never picked one up.
I mean, the
But it looks
scooter's
great.
not great
Yeah.
on the sculpting. The Gonzo's good.
Mm-hmm.
The Menomina is great. The Bean
Yeah.
is good, but Bean
Yeah.
Bean does have some articulation. The Kermit's good, but nowhere near as great as the Palisades release.
Yeah.
And it's very spindly, and
Yeah.
it's got that that diamond plastic that you get
I
with
do.
their Marvel Select that is just a
Yep.
little more, it's almost like McFarlane plastic. It
Yep.
feels brittle, even though
Yep.
it's not, but it feels like it could shatter.
Yep. That's one of those things. Like, I don't want to sound like a Hasbro shill fanboy because I will fully acknowledge they have issues and stuff, but I will say they have, I think, the best feeling toys, like action figures.
Yeah, because you get a lot like more Mattel in indies than
Right.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know
And
what? We have someone to join the conversation. I think it's good
there we go.
we
Let's
have.
do it. Whoa.
Hey, Luke.
Hey guys, how's it going?
How are you doing?
I am well. I'm just working on a YouTube video right now.
We're talking
Ooh,
about all of the toys that Mike took away from children this year to add to
That's right.
his hoard.
Oh yeah,
I'm a toy hoarder.
were you just
I
talking
get them.
about McFarlane toys being superior or Mythic Legions?
All Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Yep, that's the last time I saw you. You were
That's right.
buying Mythic Legions.
That's true. Actually, we saw each other at DCon.
Yeah, I thought
And
it was. I think it's funny how we talk almost every day in the group chat, and then in person it was like, "Hey man, okay, bye." Like we've spent
just like
maybe
normal. I
5
don't know.
minutes in total together.
I guess I've talked to you. Well, it was so, honestly, I was a little overwhelmed because like
Yeah,
there was a lot of stuff. I was worried about hitting that Four Horsemen booth because I wanted to buy Mythic Legions, and I knew that they were popular and selling out. I want to make sure like I got there as soon as possible. And I got recognized twice
Just
on my way there, and I felt so bad. I even told the guy, I'm like, listen, I don't want to come across as like a dick, but I'm actively looking for this. You can walk with me. We can do a walk and talk. If you know where it is, lead the way. His name was Josh. He was super cool. He said he thought the booth was that way, and I went that way, and that's when I ran into Luke. So it worked out.
this is why I don't show my face. I would never get anywhere.
You would never
The
get
booth was actually the other way, and he got there first.
And he bought all my toys that I wanted.
That's for being a jerk to me.
That's right. That's right. I didn't want to be. I don't want to be that guy. Like, I'm not famous enough to be a jerk to somebody when they recognize me.
Too late. You've already got. You're at the walk and talk stage.
Let's
like, I got places to be.
Listen,
You go and do the things I need to do.
Written by Aaron Sorkin.
I was gonna say, let's Aaron Sorkin this up.
Well, then you'd never get anywhere. You just walk the same corridor again and again.
Yeah. That's right.
Oh, camera tricks. So what's the video you're working on right now, Luke?
Yeah,
Is
that's
it
a
a
good
year
question.
end sort of thing, or it's kick off the new year?
I sort of already did that. I did like my favorite things of the year. But I'm doing just a custom showcase. I feel like I always rush through so many of the customs in my collection tours just because there's like hundreds of figures to get through. And so I pulled about like 25 customs that I got in the past year, maybe some that are a little bit older. I want to go through my camera roll and check everything, check all the dates. But just put stuff on a turntable and it'll be like, 20 favorite customs I got this year or something. I just got some new stuff recently too, from Tim and Frederick and that sort of thing. And so I'm wanted to give it the proper stage.
I mean, what I would love to see from you at some point, just because I'm fascinated by just seeing them in situ, is just like little video spotlights on your creations. Like, here's like a 2-minute video, just sort of like a pan across an exploration of this little set piece or that little set piece that you've designed.
Yeah, I've thought about. I've wanted to do that. The problem is I don't really have most of them, and I'm working on kind of like showcasing just in my own home a few more of my designs because a few months ago there was not a single thing. Like if you walked into my home, you wouldn't know that I did this at all, just because of how much space it takes up. And I just didn't have the room for it, and so I'm trying to get better about that. But yeah, also it's like I don't have videos of most of it, so I might do a slideshow type thing where I just pretty much go through everything that's on my Instagram and just kind of talk about each one and how I came up with it and how it was made and the challenges that came with it and that sort of thing. But yeah, that's
Yeah,
a good
we
idea.
need to have the Landspeeder Luke gallery series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely want to make a video of the one that I just finished. That's going to be posted in a few days of the Millennium Falcon interior, because that's one that was the very first diorama that I made before I even was 3D printing, and like when I did start 3D printing, that was like my project that I learned how to sculpt and print and paint with because I was so interested in making it, and so now this is something that I can tackle with like 3 years of experience behind me now, and
this
pretty much
is it's the
start from scratch.
70s. This is the Millennium Falcon Rec Room.
Yeah, it's like 22 inches wide.
Oh my god!
It's like finally like kind of wall to wall now, and so I'm really excited to put that one out. It's one that I've wanted forever, and I know a lot of other people have as well. And I don't know what took me so long. It's one of those things that I've attempted several times before, and kind of gotten stuck on something, and then it's just one of those things that you come back to it with a little bit more knowledge, and you go, oh, okay, wait, why did I ever think this was hard?
I just want to real quick thank you, Brian, for popping in to say hey and a super chat. I don't think they've ever paid. I think I've gotten like 3 super chats since I got the ability to get super chats. I've never seen a payout, so I
It's
assume
part of
I'll
your
meet the
ad
threshold
revenue.
in like a year.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, it's $100.
but thank you, Brian.
If you hit like $50, you can just donate to yourself, just so you can access the rest.
That's
See,
a
I'm
good
about to
point.
figure all of this out. So are you designing the Falcon pieces to be modular if you start doing other sections of the Falcon? So essentially you can build an interior, because a lot of that we know how it connects.
Yeah, I think the flip side of this scene doesn't have a lot going on in the films, and it's already sort of like it's already boxed in on 5 out of 6 sides, and so I think that I don't need to really. I guess no, 4 to 5 sides. How many sides are on a? There's 5. I was like, wait, what am I missing? It's the ceiling. Yeah, this one even has a ceiling, but if anything, I will add on like the hallway leading to the cockpit and that sort of thing, and in that case it'll be modular, but I don't really see this one expanding outward, like towards camera, if you will.
Cut to a year from now and we have a full Millennium Falcon in 6
Yeah.
Yeah.
If a
You called it.
if a 12 scale Falcon was a little bit more reasonable, then maybe I would have dived in with a little bit more modularity in mind. But it kind of needs to just be what it is here. I'm always more designing for a shelf rather than a full size.
Again, cut to a year. Mike, are we taking the bet right now? A year from now,
I was going to say mark the date. 12/30/31.
When we reconvene next year, and
that's right.
He's showing off this grand gallery piece that takes up the entire living room. Has all of the figures in it.
I gotta dip out for like 5 to 10 minutes, but I will probably join you again in a bit.
Pop right back in when you're ready.
Alrighty.
See you then.
He's going out for smokes. We're never going to see him again.
He's heading over to go get some Mythic Legions.
That's what it is. Oh, while he was talking about that, I remembered that I got 2 of the same guy for Christmas, and I purposefully put it on my list that way because I thought one would be good for the alternate head that came with Jacob Marley, and I think it actually looks pretty good.
Oh. Well, you know what? I'm going to open up. Speaking of alternate heads,
do it. Alternate those heads. Oh,
so,
yeah.
I couldn't resist because I had gift cards.
Yeah.
For Shop Disney, and it was free shipping. So I didn't have to buy $50 worth of stuff. I did. Oh, and it was on sale down to $30.
Nice.
For it. So it was worth it. I had been wanting to get another indie anyway, just because I also had heard that they fixed the issues with the holster not being able to close, and the whip holster.
The whip holster being another huge issue for me. I can ignore the holster on the gun, honestly,
because he has
I
most of the time
almost
to
just
draw it.
I almost just cut the little piece on the holster off. Like it doesn't need it. It just slides in. It's not gonna fall out. Like I know the real one has a little clip to go over the gun, but like it's a toy.
I know, but you were more willing than me to cut in ways like that.
Maybe you're
adjust.
saying that, but you've got a fully repainted Hewing sitting right there.
Yeah, but here's where my hang up is with that. I didn't do that until I had
a second one. Okay, I got you.
just
You're
because
like me. You like to preserve the original.
Yeah,
I mean, I understand that. Yeah.
I like why is this thing so impossible to get out of this box? There's nothing that should be hanging this thing up.
It's anti-Ken packaging.
Well, you know what? It's successful.
Have you tried not being Ken and opening it?
Am I not Ken off?
I kind of wish I'd asked for that hoodie for Christmas, honestly.
Have you taken advantage of any of the sales that's been going on? Did you see that Shop Disney has drastically reduced the Spirits 3-pack?
I did not. And I mean, I already have it, and I don't.
For those who don't have it.
Yeah, for those that don't have it, you should get it. It's good. I mean, at the price, it's pretty good.
Because I think it's almost half off right now.
Yeah, which is a good price. Arguably, maybe the price it should have been all along.
You think maybe they're learning that about a lot of this product?
Man, and I hope so. Like, I know me buying toys early isn't really throwing it off, because if I'm the minority in doing it, one person isn't going to make a difference. But like, I really wouldn't mind. I do think, I know we'll probably talk about this, but I feel like stuff has been going on clearance and hitting Ross too fast. Like too fast. Like, I get holding stuff off and putting them on sale months later, but like, I feel like sometimes it's too fast.
But we're not even getting to that point when Target's putting stuff on clearance the week they get it.
The week of, or something. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, I don't mind buying a toy and then 6 months later having it be dirt cheap. I don't, because I've had 6 months with it. I've gotten a video out of it or whatever. Like that's just kind of how I see that. But when I buy it and then like a month later, a couple weeks later, a week later, it's cheap. I'm like, what the hell? Like, that just sucks.
I mean, it hurt me. I got because I got some of the Marvel stuff. They did the Marvel Legends Hawkeye, the classic Hawkeye on the Skybike, which I wanted, and I paid full price for it.
Sure, because
I had not yet learned my lesson about stuff like that you're keen on, but not super, super keen. Like, oh, this would be cool because I love this thing. Wait, because that thing eventually got down to $15 at Target for a $50 original release. And then some of those 2-packs, like the Secret Wars, Doctor Doom and Monica Rambeau, Captain Marvel, I got for $8. That was another $50 set. Oh, by the way, so here's why I wanted the extra. I showed the picture of this, but I wanted to make it official of making the Crystal Skull indie that we'll never get, because this line is quite clearly dead.
Yeah.
I get this here. There we go. Because
skin tone needs to doesn't quite match, but I think overall it works pretty well.
From a distance, if it's on the shelf, it's not. But yeah, let me get the.
Does that hat fit?
The hat, well, the hat doesn't come off.
Oh, it doesn't come off, right?
But I do have separate. I have the short round hat.
Oh, okay, that's right.
So I do have a spare hat if I wanted to try and shove a hat on him.
Yeah.
But like the picture did, if I wanted to display him,
Mm-hmm.
I can display him with the rest of the head
Just
facing away.
Yeah, turn the head. Yeah, and you'll never see it. Yeah, it's only weird if you look at it from the side that he's holding his own severed head. That's yeah.
Well, I mean, stranger things have happened to him. I don't think we're. But yeah, let me get because of my weird camera. Let me get my manual.
I mean, it's a great sculpt. We interviewed the girl that sculpted it, Jessica Lynn something.
I mean, I think it's the best Harrison Ford they've done.
I agree. She just sculpted the head because they redid it when they did the archive one.
And then also
Sarah
that
Lynn
archive
Reynolds.
one was $5, I think it was.
Yeah.
At Ross.
At Ross, yeah. And I think they also showed up at Ollie's, which we don't have around here.
Well,
so.
Ollie's, they were $7.99 for the archive, but I just went back to Ollie's today, which I'm going to open some of that because it's 33% off all of their figures this week for Christmas clearance. So I'm not going to open this right now because I have opened before, but I needed another one of these. This was $5 for the Marvel Legends because this is the best Human Torch they've done.
Sure.
So picked up an extra one of those. And then I thought, you know what? We're never going to get a re-release of Afra's droids.
No, probably not.
Particularly now that they've changed the Astromech sculpt. Why would they?
Oh yeah, if they did it on the old, if they or re-released it, it'd be weird. Yeah.
So for $5, I guess I'm going to do another custom.
Can't wait to see what you do with it. Yeah.
Just make the other droid I'm not going to get. And then because What If just finished, I thought, you know what? I didn't get that Target exclusive when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
But for $6, I'll get the season 1 Target exclusive.
There you go.
Captain Carter.
She's been featured very heavily. I've only what episode did I stop on today? Because I've been out of town. I haven't been able to watch it. So we've been catching up. I watched the one with I can't remember her name, the Native American girl.
Kahori?
Something like that. Yes, that sounds right.
I'm gonna make sure I want to look that up.
Sure.
Let's see. It is yeah, Kahori. There we go. I got it. Devry Jacobs from Reservation Dogs.
Oh,
is who plays
that's fun.
Kahori. Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Great episode. I'm sure we'll
great episode.
See the figure in a year and a half.
Yeah, right. But that's the last episode I saw. So I think I have like 3 episodes left to go.
This fit? Nope, a little bit off.
Nope, little weird. Yeah, I don't know why they don't standardize
the balls.
Yeah, like how hard is that? Why would you not have that standard?
Part of me thinks it's a game they're playing with us now.
They have to.
Because they know.
There's no reason.
They got to know that people are consistently.
There's 2 things that could be standard across every figure. Well, maybe not every, but like head pegs, for the most part, can be standard. The foot pegs, the bottoms of the feet for like stands, those can be the same size on all of them, but they're not.
Foot pegs, I don't, because this has shallow pegs.
No, yeah, because I have the early bird special stands right here, and I have the figures that are supposed to go on there, and not all of those figures can have their feet on the pegs because they don't fit.
Now, have you ever adjusted the peg depths on any of your figures?
No. Nope.
Yeah, I haven't gone that. I'll use the black tack on it.
The only thing I've done similar to like permanently alter a figure is on my Heir to the Empire Luke Skywalker. I want him to have a gloved hand. And I pulled the gloved hand off of my original Return of the Jedi Knight Luke Skywalker, and his hand pegs were too big. So I shaved him down. I shaved him down a little
You
bit.
were going to have that one way or the other.
One way or the other. I didn't have any problem doing that because to me, that old ROTJ Luke Skywalker is a dead figure anyway.
I would agree that if I were to put together a my top 10 list of this year, I think the Henry Jones Sr. would be on that, Justin. I think of the entire Indiana Jones line, I think that has the best head sculpt, most accurate. Would you concur with that?
I think it's pretty good. I didn't buy
The
it.
Grail
because
Knight's also good.
there are only 3 figures in the whole line that I would have even considered buying. And I did buy the first Indiana Jones because I'm like, I want an Indy. Yeah.
Right.
The second one was Henry Jones Sr. because like Sean Connery, like how many chances are we gonna have to get a Sean Connery action figure?
Oh, well, when Super 7 does that Outland line.
Sure. Fine. Like no one's gonna do a Highlander line. We're not gonna do a
We're gonna get Zardoz. Some company
you know what?
is gonna do a Zardoz line.
If like NECA somehow does a Zardoz
with a crowd fund for the head, for the big stone head.
I will be obligated to purchase a Zardoz figure. But outside of that, I just can't think of any other way. Like no one's doing Highlander figures. No one's doing League of Extraordinary Gentlemen figures unless some like James Bond, someone gets a license for James Bond and starts doing old James Bond stuff. I can't think of any other way that we're going to get.
Surprised me.
Yeah.
But it's such a recent thing to have likeness rights tied when you book an actor on something that
it's because they've never had the ability to make a figure look like the actor before.
Okay, so if you have a James Bond line coming out,
right?
Who are your top 3?
Oh, well, I feel like if I were doing it, I would have to start chronologically. I don't care about doing. I know they're like, no, you got to
because you have to get that Lazenby.
You have to get the Lazenby. I would make sure at least to get all of the
But it's only the wedding
Bonds.
scene. You only get the wedding scene figure.
Like I want a full Octopussy wave. That's it. just so I could test the waters by having that on the package.
Oh, and with that playset, you could actually test the waters.
That's true.
You have that. So what vehicles would you have in that line? So
is it a 6 inch or is it a 3 3/4 inch? If it's 3 3/4 inch, you could do a lot of fun vehicles.
And then it was the ultralight plane was an Octopussy, right? The one that came out of the trailer.
Yeah. Yep. I don't know. Like I feel like that would be good. I feel like having a nice ski set would be really good for
but then would you also want because they obviously age, so you can't just have a single release of any of the actors except Lazenby and Dalton.
Right. Yeah, honestly, even Pierce Brosnan
Roger Moore
GoldenEye
aged quite a bit over his tenure.
Yeah. Daniel Craig even did, but I think was he the longest or was
longest in the role?
Well, just in terms of years in between their first one and the last one.
Probably.
Just because I feel like there was a big gap in there.
Because he technically spanned more than a decade, right?
I think so.
With the gaps in his films.
Yeah.
You know what? I would love to see if that Black Series Jabba set would go on clearance, but I don't see that happening. Do you for the Jabba? Like, I think the Jabba may have come late enough that now it's in the correction of how much they're actually producing.
Of how many they're producing. Yeah, I definitely think they were overproducing a lot of toys, and I don't see there being a lot. I hope.
I'm shocked to see that rescue set showing up at Ross.
I feel like a lot of these things are weird distribution
exclusive.
Yeah,
is winding up at a retail outlet. Why not just retail it out of Hasbro Pulse?
I don't know.
Why not drop the price by 50% rather than the 70% at Ross?
Exactly. Like you could clearance it out
to your audience that is there and waiting to buy from you.
Yep.
But then I'm sure we're getting into hinky accounting territory that also.
Oh, I'm sure by getting it to like Ross, they're probably write-offs.
Yeah, it's the same as destroying it by sending it to Ross.
Correct. Yeah.
And if you've ever seen a Ross after people have gone through the materials there,
It's destroyed.
but I will certainly pick up a $5 Indiana Jones figure if it shows up. Nah, I don't think it'll happen again. Not anytime soon. A new indie line, I can't imagine. Not until it becomes another generation worth of distance.
I'd probably give it 10 or 15, assuming Hasbro's still around, assuming America is still around, assuming that people are still using oil to make plastic for recreational
How
purposes.
much further are you pushing this out?
I don't know. A lot can change in 10 or 15 years.
Assuming the heat death of the universe hasn't happened by then. Yeah,
I definitely think it'll probably be another generation before they try that again. But you know what? That time goes by a lot faster. Like, it's already been 3 years since the Rancor. Like, that's.
I mean, it's soon enough to forget that it failed, right?
Exactly.
I don't know why they don't offer it again.
Well,
if you have the tooling done,
yeah,
you're ready to go. You have the design work done. Let's put it that way. You might not have moved to actually manufacturing the tooling for it and getting to that point.
Like the mold.
But you have the design done. You're ready. You figured out how to make it.
Yep.
Some time it's cooled off now. People have the sting of that left. You can now and also in hindsight see what went wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Offer it again.
Give it another go. I agree. How do you feel about
license you already have? It's not like this is a license they have to reacquire, the Star Wars license, to offer this again.
Right.
But you've learned the lessons.
Right.
What would you do different?
Oh,
you backed it, so you weren't on the fence about it.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah. I was day one. I do think if they could get it to $2.99, that would have helped. Like raising the requirement for how many they need to fund. I think people. I don't think people. I know people care more about price than anything else. Like take free shipping for instance. I work in doing e-commerce stuff, and it's a fact. Like if you have something that's $15 with $5 shipping, or something that's $20 with free shipping, 100% of the time, people will buy the free shipping. That's it.
Right.
That's so things like that are just a mental weirdness.
So factor it into your price.
Correct. So I think getting it down to $2.99 and doing whatever they needed to get that price down there, whether it's increasing the amount of backers needed or changing the deco, or I don't know. That's the first thing I think would get a lot more people on board. I do think I was surprised when I saw the $349 price. It wasn't enough for me to be like, I'm not going to buy it, because I recognize that maybe I'm a little bit more privileged than other people, where I don't care about $50. There was a time where $50 would have priced me out, right? And I'm not there now, so I'm fully cognizant of that. But I think number one, even if they kept all the,
and $350 would certainly not fly now. I mean,
no,
the economy where it is right now,
correct.
That's certainly not. I don't think in just what's happened in the past 6 months, as far as people focusing on inflation, I don't think the Ghost would do terribly well if it launched this coming year at the same price.
It could be. Yeah, could be.
As much as people want it, I think saying, okay, $500.
Yep.
Oh, and also we're going to drop another $3,000 worth of merchandise at the exact same time that you thought was coming out next year.
And that's the other problem, is they really need to work on the synergy between other lines when they're releasing stuff, when things hit. Like they really need to budget a HasLab in with the thing that's being released, where like that's not on top of everything releasing. That's like, hey, for this quarter or whatever cycle they've got, like this is the thing to release. So instead of buying, 2 waves of figures that's $200 or $300, however many figures, like you're
Right.
gonna buy this instead. And I think that's fair.
But also, you can't tell somebody a May street date
True.
and then release it 6 months before that.
Yeah, I agree.
And
with that.
and again, there's sometimes there's excitement of something
Yeah.
came early, but you can't have everything come early,
No.
and you can't have the stuff that is in a wide range, because there's stuff that we've heard is coming in December,
Mhm.
February, May,
Yep.
March. That's all showing up now.
Yeah,
Suddenly it's all just arriving.
I got 2 Black Series waves back to back. The one with the Mando, the Tuscan Chieftain, all those, and then the one before that with the Balin Skull and the Shin Hati, like they just came boom boom, and both of those weren't supposed to be out until either the end of this year and then February of next year. So like I don't know what's good. Like right now, currently, we don't know what the next wave of Black Series figures
And
is.
that's after
They
all
haven't
the
they haven't
Ahsoka
announced
stuff hitting.
anything.
That's after all the stuff we've gotten just in the past 2 months.
True.
We've been swamped with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like so this is the first time since I've been collecting where I don't know what's coming out next in terms of like main line like waves.
I'm assuming that Kialimundi is coming out at some point.
Yeah, but we don't know what, or is
I
it
mean,
exclusive to
that
something?
packaging photo leaked.
Yeah, the only reason we know what movie it's tied to and what the packaging looks like is because of the leak.
And yet that
That's
thing hasn't even been up for pre-order yet.
It was announced last February.
And does anyone know what else is in that wave?
Nope.
Here's the other thing I think is chaos.
Yeah.
And it can't not be chaos. And I think that's why.
Yep.
I think the Ahsoka figures we got in a different world, in things were originally scheduled, would have been another one of those cases where we waited forever for characters from the show to come out.
Correct.
The fact that Ahsoka was pushed back so far, we were supposed to have Skeleton Crew by now. We were supposed to have the Acolyte by now. So I wonder if there's also discussions behind the scenes happening of, hey, stop releasing this stuff. Also, we're not selling it when people don't know who these characters are if we're dropping it beforehand.
Yeah. Well, that was a problem. I think people got burned by the Force Awakens and Rogue One because they got those characters out, before the movies dropped. So, like, I remember buying Force Awakens characters going, I don't know who this is. I hope I'll care.
I thought you were going to say 4 Zuvios.
It was. No.
I'm going to army build Zuvio.
You can go back and look at my Instagram feed. And when I got Zuvio, I took a picture of him. And literally, I said, I hope I'll care who this is in a month. And spoiler alert, I didn't. And I was watching, the first time I was watching in theater, I watched the whole movie going, okay, is that Zuvio? Is that Zuvio? That's not Zuvio. Is that Zuvio? That's not Zuvio. Like I was looking.
So when you got home, did you take him down off the shelf and just sort of?
I kept him up. Here. Ultimately, he's a cool looking alien. I don't mind having him on my shelf. And it's kind of fun that he's like a deleted scene character now. It's like there are tons of people. Like that was a thing that they did for a while. We're like, here's a Luke Skywalker from a deleted scene of Return of the Jedi. They did the sandstorm scene of Han and Luke and stuff with the wrappings and the goggles. And they made a big deal about making deleted scene characters and versions of characters. Like that's just what this is. It's not different.
No, yeah, it's
other than the fact that the whole character wasn't in the movie, so it's easier to say like, oh, it's Han Solo in a look we've
in his constable outfit. No, it's
right.
It does not exist at all.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Very curious
in saying that, because what are your thoughts? And I've seen it in your reviews, and it's hard not to see how they're quietly dialing back some of the things that used to make particularly Black Series so special, and the premium line that it was launched as far as paint ops and
Paint ups and
the
accessories. And
what are your thoughts on the future of what we're going to see from the line with that? Because it's sort of the shrinkflation of the Black
Yep.
Series.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of the reason, like early figures like Greedo, I think part of the reason that a lot of people were passing on him at the time was because compared to like Han Solo and other characters from the same wave, he just came with one little gun. And you're like, I don't feel like I'm getting my money's worth out of this figure.
Yeah,
And
Han
I remember
Solo has
that
74 hands.
100%. Yes. I mean, at that point, you know, that was part of the second wave of figures in general. Darth Maul came with two different heads, his lightsaber, the binoculars, and one of the heads was like a full robe. The R2D2 came with a bunch of accessories. The Sand Trooper came with a bunch of guns and the backpack and stuff. And even Luke Skywalker came with like a lightsaber and blaster and movable helmet. So it wasn't a lot, but it was something. Boba Fett came with a bunch of stuff. It felt like Han Solo came with two different belts, alternate hands, and then
And
you had
it wasn't considered a deluxe edition.
no,
It was just
no.
the release.
That was the release. Because their intention at the time, and I remember that like them doing, interviews and stuff, was that like when they released a character, it would be a definitive version of that character. So that Han Solo came with everything that you could do with that look. So it came with gloves because there were
I'm gonna open
sometimes
while
you
we're
saw
talking.
gloves. Yeah, go ahead. He came with both belts because that character wore both those belts, so they came with what you needed to
Yeah, it was
give
a
him
one
every
shot.
look with that figure. Yeah.
It wasn't
And
to stretch the line out. It wasn't
correct.
well, how can we get them to buy 57 variants? Because we didn't include, a spear with this.
Right. Yeah. So it's changed a lot, but I feel like it changed a lot faster than what people remember it changing. I mean, like it changed before they noticed it changed.
Like,
Because
where would you
even
the demarcation point?
I would say, I mean, by the end of phase one, the Obi-Wan and Anakin episode 3 versions didn't have robes, and both of them absolutely should have come with robes. No alternate hands, just they came with a lightsaber, and that's it. So I would say as far back as that, like that was the first instance where I felt like it was missing things it should have had. Like with Greedo, I can't think of anything else Greedo should come with. Like there's really nothing. Like what should he come with? He's Greedo.
Yeah.
He's got his blaster to point at Han Solo. You're gonna give him a chair to sit in. Like, I don't really care about that. Even Leia came with
I
two
think
different
they should have given him the high
spears.
heels that he was wearing in that scene.
alternate feet with the high heels, yeah. For the reshoot version. But what the next wave of figures after that was Bespin Luke, Obi-Wan, Stormtrooper. I think that's it.
I mean, it's that lack of paint that really is.
Yeah. Well, even back then though, I feel like the paint was good. The first time I noticed paint being bad was sometime in phase 3, where I noticed, I think it was Kit Fisto, where I'm like, his whole back isn't painted. Like he's got sculpting and stuff, but a lot of it's not painted. And that was the first time I'm like, this feels gross to me. This feels wrong. On top of that, that whole wave it came in, the Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, like that whole wave. I think it was also episode 2, Anakin Skywalker. There was not a wholly new figure in that whole wave. Everything was made out of something else, and that was like, it's not the first time we've had figures being repaints or based on different figures, but it was the first time we'd have like a whole wave where it was all like that.
Right, where you notice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I remember getting what's her face, Dr. Aphra, and realizing that she was literally just a Jaina Solo with a different head. And I remember thinking, oh, that's actually pretty clever reuse. Like the body is the exact same, but The paint's so different, it doesn't really matter.
Well, this is speaking of Afra,
Yeah.
thanks to Luke
Yeah.
with swapped out head.
Oh, is it the one from the comic one?
The new, yeah. I mean, it was night and day for that comic book version.
Yeah.
So it was worth the swap out. Again, why, the archive just baffles me too about why some things where they know the desire is there. If they know if things are going for over $100 bucks.
Did you see what Lance Peter Luke just said?
No.
I told you. He went out for smokes. Never seen him again.
But he's typing. He's watching.
No, I get it, Luke.
Now we have to say all the
night.
things.
You have a good night. Thanks
Listen,
for joining us.
I was delighted and happy that he joined us for even the brief amount of time. He's off making videos and creating new masterful creations that people can build out their displays with.
Rob Henry just asked me a question, and I have a story about this. Hey, it's Papa Gord. So I got an email that said my selfie series was on its way, and I log into the FedEx app because it populates, when things are coming to me over FedEx, because I like to track them even if I don't have like the tracking number. And I have 18 somethings coming from Hasbro.
What?
Yeah.
How many Hiss tanks did you get?
I got 2, but no, I think it's my selfie series because they're coming from Mexico. Let me look at this right here.
Are you army building yourself?
I ordered one. Figure. So you can't see anything on here. So oh come on.
Are you getting Robs?
So all of this, you see all those blue?
Right.
They're all unique.
What?
All of these are unique shipments.
And you don't have that much stuff pre-ordered with them, right?
I don't. No, and they're all from Mexico, which tells me that they're probably all selfie series figures. So I don't know. A lot of them say
dumping the inventory. Are you just going to get a lot of headless bodies, or like this just blank-faced Jedi and Mandalorians? And
I honestly don't know.
Jedi, right? It's just
I thought, I don't know. Like, did someone mess up? Are they sending me? It's 18. So far, only 2 of them have shipped. But even
you haven't seen additional charges or anything like that.
No, I've only had 1 charge, and I went back and looked. I've only had 1 charge, but I definitely have at least 2 that have shipped. One of them should get delivered tomorrow. Excuse me, tomorrow or Tuesday, since Monday's New Year's Day. The other one is hanging out in Memphis still, because that's where they
hanging out with
they
Rob.
do cut. That's where they do customs for FedEx. Yeah, that's their distribution center. And I know that
you have
I used to live in Memphis.
Outstanding packages.
I have 17 outstanding packages from Hasbro where they have a shipping number, like label. They have an individual tracking number. It's bonkers. And I was like, what is happening?
I really hope it's just,
yeah.
They said, you know what, we need to burn off all of these bodies that we need. Just send each person who has actually bought selfie series, which is not a high number. We're just going to burn through the rest, send them a bunch of them. They can give them out as gifts.
Honestly, I kind of hope, I want to get 18. It would make a good video.
Listen,
if I got 18 selfie series.
I want one of the selfie series.
You're 100% getting one if I get 18 of them. If I get 5 of them, I'm still going to give you one. Like, I'll send one.
Power Rangers bodies.
Yeah, I'll send one to Dan. I'll send one to you. I'll send one to like my co-host Zach.
It'll be added to the display. Everyone will see. Everyone will have their tiny little
Mike
desk
Kaess.
mic.
Yeah. I'll give away one to my subscribers or Patreon or something.
That is absolutely ridiculous. You got to send one to Papa Gord, though, right?
Oh, 100%. He's my favorite Canadian.
Yeah. You can't not. You got to have them kitted out for Canada.
Yeah.
You got to bundle them up when you sell.
I'll get a little scarf and a little hat.
Yeah, Oh, you get to accessorize all
I'll
17 of you coming your way.
That's right. I'll have an army. I have 200,000 clones with 1 million more well on the way.
I think you need to decorate a Christmas tree next year with all
Just
of you.
a bunch of clones, just a bunch of mics. That's a good idea.
And one with the arms spread out on top of the tree.
Of course, I'll be a Christmas angel.
Ah, that's a children's story in the making right there. Mike the
That was-
Christmas angel.
I remember laying in bed at my parents' house and going, "Holy fuck!" And my mom's like, "Language." And I'm just like, "What is happening? I've got 18. I don't know what to do." And I don't want to post it because I don't want them to catch it. Like, I'm afraid if I post it on like Instagram or something and someone from Hasbro sees it and they'll go like, we're not having that. And then
But they're
like,
in transit
canceling-
right now, right?
Well, no.
Oh, that's a shipping notification.
Only 2 of them are in transit. The other 17, I'm still waiting to see what happens. I don't know.
Well, you know what? Who knows? That might have been one of the 1,100 that was responsible for printing off selfie series and shipping them before they
Could be.
was the Mexico office shut down.
I don't know. Like, I don't.
Was this a
even
final
know-
parting act? If we're going to send
Yeah.
everyone as many selfies as we can,
Yeah, I hope you like selfies because you're gonna
burn
get
this
some.
place to the
Yeah.
ground.
It's so weird. It was an eventful like 30 minutes when I.
But this is the good do-over, right? This is the one that
Yes, this
finally
is the 2.0. Yeah.
should look
But
like
again,
you.
I have in theory, we'll see. I've got my original. When I get my new one, I'm 100% gonna do a video on it just to compare.
Are you going to do a Mike 1.0, Mike 2.0 video?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they did a
So-
running change. Speaking of
What?
running changes,
Yeah.
you're gonna go out and get replacement lightsabers for your Balin and and Shin.
I've been thinking about it, honestly. I've been thinking about it. But what I'll probably do, if I'll wait till I see them in stores,
Right, which they're hitting supposedly.
Yes. and then I'll probably just swap my sabers out and return them with the old sabers in.
Well, great. Now everyone who buys from Ross is going to be getting your red lightsabers.
They're welcome. Listen, I don't have any problem doing a swap out like that. I really don't, because I'm not replacing the figure in there. What you're buying is still what you're getting. Like, that's not different.
See, since Luke's not here, I was going to ask him. He hasn't done a Slymore yet, right? And all the customs he's done.
Not that I'm aware of.
That's got to be on the docket at some point. Because we're getting a Palpatine.
We are.
So we need all of his hangers on and clingers, right?
I mean, I feel like there's so many figures I want him to do. I'll rephrase that. There's so many figures that I want Hasbro to do that Luke's going to do.
Yeah, figures and play sets and
Right.
displays.
Yeah. That would be really funny, Double A, if I just got a bunch of people's heads. I don't know what I would do with that.
Oh, you know what you're going to get? You're
I
going
would
to
have to do a video.
You're going to get all of the failed Dan Larson heads from PulseCon.
I'll take it. He got a bunch. I know he got a bunch from his.
Yeah, but did he get 17?
No, I think he got like 10.
And what is he? Did he make a tree? Now I need Dan. If you're watching this at some point, I need to know if you made a little Dan Larson tree.
I mean,
Or did he get
should.
all the different variations? Because
He got a bunch of-
body types are there?
He got a
that you
bunch
could-
of different variations. He got. I know he got some GI Joe because he had to have one for each segment that they did at PulseCon.
And they didn't want to risk swapping the heads.
Right? No, they just.
Well, the printing on these are actually quite toxic. You can't touch the heads on your selfie series.
Definitely don't put them in your mouth.
No, do not put Dan Larson's head in your mouth.
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry, that's a patron exclusive.
that's an OnlyFans exclusive.
So you had some stuff to open. What have you?
I do.
What have you got to open?
So can I just say, I've never. starting this year, G.I. Joe, I think, was the thing I liked the most from Hasbro. And finishing off the year, I don't know if I want any more G.I. Joes.
Because you got the only ones that you were.
I just feel like we're getting too many too fast. Like,
I mean, isn't that sort of all the lines?
yeah, it's a problem.
I
It's
mean,
it's
if they're the same characters that are announced,
yeah,
but instead of them all coming out within the space of a month, they were spread out over a year.
right.
Would you be as exhausted?
No. And like when Black Series, the first 3, 4, even maybe 5 years of Black Series, we got maybe 4 waves a year. And there weren't, 20 or 50 exclusives from different stores. There was maybe 1 or 2. But it was very, very easy to be a
Oh,
completionist.
you mean when you didn't need 15 different spreadsheets to keep track of
Correct.
where everything's coming from and when the
Correct.
pre-order dates were? And
Correct. Like it was not hard. And then I think it was 2021. Whenever so it was 2022 because that was when things got super delayed, and then they came out in 2022, and then the things that were supposed to come out in 2022 were coming out, and then for some reason we were getting things from later early, and they all kind of hit at once, and that felt gross. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really over GI Joe right now. I got the hiss. I love it. It's right here. Like, it's beautiful.
I mean, I blame you because of you. I got the Shipwreck. I mean, I love Shipwreck as a character as a kid,
And he was at Ross. He could have just gone and found him at Ross.
and I should have instead of buying him for full price from Target when I got him.
That was
But I didn't learn my lesson on that because I got
yeah.
Tomax and Zaymot for $5 each at Ollie's.
There you go. Yeah.
When I saw them. What else do I have? Oh, Sergeant Slaughter, another exclusive, $12 at Ollie's.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because he comes with a little Sergeant
Bizarre.
Slaughter.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, why not?
You turn
Absolutely.
down
No.
a little in-package Sergeant Slaughter that comes with Sergeant Slaughter. What else did I get? There was maybe the only other one that I'd get is a Cobra Commander.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason I brought that up is because was it yesterday while we were waiting for our airplane when I was coming back from visiting my folks? I think it was Paternia on Instagram. He does like the thing where he'll post in like his own little section when there's sales, and I saw that Junkyard and Mutt were in stock on Amazon. So I was like, oh, I'll buy it. And Amazon's like, yeah, you'll get it like next week or like a week after sometime. And I was like, cool. It won't come in 2023. Like, that's fine. So I ordered it. I canceled my Hasbro Pulse order. And today I got an email from Amazon saying, hey, your Junkyard and Mutt's coming tomorrow.
Oh, they did that to me. They just did that. So
yeah.
I have they did one of their little shipping updates where they send out going, hey, just a heads up, something's coming. And it was the Fleet Commander Mandalorian?
Yeah. Yep.
And I thought, okay, well, that's one figure. And I knew that the TVC R5D4 was supposed to be coming any day.
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's fine. I guess that's on its way. I got a shipping notification that, oh, by the way, your package is on the way with 3 items. What do you mean with 3? What? I only know of 2 you said were imminent. And it was not the R5D4, which is still not shipped.
Right.
It's a package containing the Fleet Commander, Shin, and Balin.
And that's so weird because they're in different waves. They're not in the same wave.
And so now I'm also wondering, am I going to get Orange Saber? What one am I getting?
Yeah.
Because has this been delayed enough for the running change to be? Is that
could be?
Or are they trying to burn
mine...
through all the red sabers they got in stock? Because Hasbro's told them a running change is coming.
Yeah, mine came from Canada super early, so I have the reddish the more reddish orange saber. It's not as red as some of the other sabers are,
But it's not something you'd look at from across the room and go, "That's orange."
no, even as a colorblind person, I know it's not blatantly orange. So yeah, I've got the fire team here to go with my my hiss.
Were you happy with your hiss?
I am. I'm happy with it. I'm a little overwhelmed by it. And I genuinely don't know what I'm gonna do with the dragonfly when I get it. I just have no idea.
Are you going to hang it?
I say yeah, sure, it sounds like a great idea, but I won't. I never will. That's just not something I'll do.
I mean, you could prepare for that. You could.
It's one of those projects where I'll be like, yeah, and I'll get super excited about it one day, and I'll get it all ready, and then I'll be like, I'll get to it tomorrow, and then tomorrow turns into the next day, and the next day.
I
And then
mean,
I'll
I
forget
thought I was
about it.
going to hang all my Star Wars vehicles, and I got as far as the X-wing that's hanging behind me right now. But you know what? I did do that one though.
You did, and I'm proud of you.
I was also going to do a whole hanging display for Enfys Nest Speeder that I never got around to. I managed to pick up from my LCS. They got in the Black Series Land Speeder, which I hadn't had prior to that.
Yeah.
So then that was as you can probably tell, there is a bit of a display crisis that's also happening that you don't get as much of a sense of when the releases are spread out like they used to be.
Yep.
But when suddenly 20 figures show up in a month, then you're suddenly overwhelmed.
Well, it also sucks if you collect more than one or two lines. Like, I've had to cut back on Transformers. Like, I was forced to just be like, you know what, I can't keep up with all this. And as much as I love Transformers, and I cannot over
You started a
exaggerate
whole
how much
podcast.
I did, how much I love Transformers. I would say, other than He-Man, I probably loved Transformers more as a very, very small child.
I remember trading. God, what year would this have been? 86?
Mm-hmm.
All of my G.I. Joes for a kid's Megatron. And there was probably 30 G.I. Joes that I traded. You remember when kids would have that whole sort of black market barter system that was wholly unsupervised by parents?
Yep. I took part in that a bunch.
And that was including the Cobra Commander that I found in the woods. The Battle Helmet Cobra Commander original release that I found on the ground under leaves in the woods. And its face mask I had to fix because it had scraped away, and I fixed it with a silver crayon.
Nice.
That I wish I still had. That and my my Han Solo, my Bespin Han Solo, where I fixed the eyes with a ballpoint pen, so it just looked like he had like he was out of what's the Event Horizon. He just looked like he was Event Horizon Han Solo.
There's certain movies where that I only remember specific things about it. No Eyes, I remember that. And then Arrival with the backwards legs, I remember that. And those things will just always be ingrained into my memory.
And Event Horizon, it's also one of those movies that I feel like I should rewatch. Like every once in a while, I have this feeling of, oh, that had some interesting ideas in it.
Yeah.
But those scenes, as soon as I remember those are in it too, I was like, nah, I don't need to see it again. I saw it.
Good. Yeah.
It's kind of the way I feel about RoboCop. Which it's not a relaxing film to watch. It's not like watching Back to the Future again.
Right.
Or even, Gremlins. Gremlins is an easy rewatch. even though
Sure.
that has some graphic content. RoboCop is a whole other level. Starship Troopers, whole other level.
Whole other level.
Basically, Paul Verhoeven is a
Yeah.
whole other level. Rob says that he got the reddish orange saber with Shin from Amazon.
Interesting.
So that does not bode well for whatever is coming my way.
Should I put these missile side up or missile side down?
I mean, how do they launch? How are they grabbing them out? So if you're grabbing them out of your pack from behind.
Well, if they were an arrow, you always put like the fletching side up, and that's how I have it on bazookas.
But that is essentially the fletching, right? Because the other side is what's loaded down into.
Well, no, this is it's basically fletching.
Yeah, but what goes down into the launcher? That side that you're holding with your left hand, right?
I guess so. Or do you load it from the back though? I think you load it from the back on these.
Are you sure? Don't you usually drop it into the launcher? Isn't how
Maybe.
like a bazooka works? You drop the projectile down into it.
Well, you know what's weird is this. I'm pretty sure this is the Range Viper's stuff, but he has a backpack with missiles, but he doesn't come with the rocket launcher.
I feel right now Kaminoan Customs is watching us and shaking his head.
Maybe. And you know what? If you are, chime in. I need you to chime in. Oh, maybe these are just random guns because there's more stuff and like these are all the flame effects. So maybe it's not. I thought it was like divvied up by character, so maybe it's not.
So it's
here's the rocket launcher. Okay. And it does. Oh, hold on. The back is off. It's in here. It has a little removable back spot for what I assumed was loading
from the back.
Yeah. So you move it, load it, close it, and then.
I mean, you're also not going to carry munitions where they have a chance of dropping out the bottom of your pack.
Good call. Good call. It's probably not a smart idea.
That would be a mistake that you probably shouldn't make.
Yeah.
But I'll show this real quick if anyone has not seen it. Speaking of Luke-inspired discount purchases at Ross, I got a Gore the God Butcher Thor figure for $5 because he did the custom for the HK Assassin droid uses it, right?
Yes.
So I thought, that's good. I'll pick it up for that in case I decide to do that. But then once I opened the package, I also got a $5 Ahsoka figure. And then, I wonder what that looks like with it. And you know what? It looks too cool.
I love that. That looks great.
For me not to just leave it like this. Right?
Yeah. No, it's great. It's simple stuff like that. We had a guy on our channel who that's what he did. And I thought it was fascinating where he would just take the figures apart and kind of just do kit bashes. He wouldn't, where he would put like someone's accessories on someone else, and it just kind of changed the whole vibe of the figure. And that's a perfect thing like that. Is it changes the whole vibe,
and that one makes it enough of a different figure that I'm fine with leaving this out, as well as the regular Ahsoka.
Right. Well, it's the same thing. So I did this. When I went to Designer Con, I bought a Mythic Legion guy or a Cosmic Legion guy, this shirtless guy, and I already had a character of him, and I'm like, I don't really want two of them, but this one he's shirtless, and they were talking like a lot of people put Mythic Legion parts on him to make him look like a Dragon Knight dude. And I'm like, that's a really cool idea. So I picked a Mythic Legions person on my shelf and just took them apart and put them together differently. And now I've got like a little dragon guy, and I love him. He's my favorite figure now, and he's not a figure that you can buy. I think
now he feels like a figure you made.
Exactly.
So what are the lines you're currently collecting? What are your active current collections?
So I count Cosmic Legions and Mythic Legions as like the same line because their parts are compatible. Like they're made by the same company.
Right.
So I collect that. I collect Black Series. I collect G.I. Joe. And I collect somewhat still Transformers. I don't think I'll ever officially never buy Transformers, but like the which
But you're not
ones
a
I buy,
completionist on it.
correct. Not even close. I'm not even a completionist on Black Series or G.I. Joe
Yeah,
anymore.
but with
Like
Black
I'm
Series, you're more avoiding variants than you
yeah,
are unique
correct.
characters.
Yeah. Well, and even then it's like I didn't get what was it? I didn't buy any of the carbonized figures that were released this year. There was the 2-pack with Ahsoka and like the HK droid.
Those
And there was
were, as far as carbonized versions goes, that was the nadir of just okay,
yeah.
let this go away now. Just move.
And then there was the one that was the Ned B and stuff. And I'm like, I don't need to buy these. I have these figures. I don't need them to be shiny. I'm like, so I
and
didn't.
the Royal Guard
Yeah,
also was like, is this just the rain slicker version?
right. And that one I had trouble buying because so the carbonized figures I do have right now, while I've opened them all, I have repackaged them and they're hanging on my wall. Because they're kind of a fun display piece. They're shiny, the boxes are shiny. But those figures, I would literally just be buying them. I would never take them out of the card. Like I wouldn't open them. They would go on my shelf, but they were also really expensive and they were just too expensive for me to do that.
Right.
Like, for 2 figures it's like $70. And that's just I can't do that. Like I did that with the credit collection figures. I didn't have any problem buying them, not opening them, just putting them on my wall because I felt like that was like there's the same price or like a couple bucks more for one of those, and I didn't think it was that big of a deal. But paying almost the price of like 3 figures for 2 just because they're carbonized, I just couldn't do that.
But just think, in a few months from Target, we're getting a 2-pack of clones for $25.
And I hope those don't get canceled because I ordered 2.
The fact that it still has not been adjusted. Like, what
Yeah,
are they
the
going
price.
also,
The
as a
price
company,
is
what are you going to do? You're going to let people sit with that pre-order until you're ready
right.
to ship and then spring it on them?
Well, so if it goes like most Target pre-orders, they're gonna show up in store before the
Oh, so
pre-orders.
they'll be on
ship.
clearance for $25 in store.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, it's good they're pre-clearancing them.
Yeah.
I'm going to open
That's all they're
this.
doing.
So
Nice.
let's talk about this era
Sure.
very briefly,
Yeah.
because this was basically going, hey, we don't have the articulation in these figures
Yep.
for all the fun poses you might want to do with your troopers.
Right.
So you're just going to get packs of them essentially pre-posed in various little
Yeah.
stances for battle setups,
Yeah.
which, I think we do ask too much of modern figures in
You
a
think
lot of
so?
ways.
You think so?
The engineering, I think we ask a little too much.
I think in some cases that's probably a little true, but in other cases, like there's some figures I'm like, well, this should move more. Like I don't know what they were thinking when they did this.
I mean, but that's the balance of just figures in general that we have to come
True.
to, isn't it? Of at what point can we appreciate that these are little engineering marvels?
I agree. And I don't want that to be lost. And I think a lot of people
Particularly in mass production, where you can
yes.
have so much of these
Yeah.
very tight clearances. If you want to see how badly things can be engineered when it comes to those margins, look at a Tesla.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
And the fact that, we very rarely get catastrophic issues
Right.
with these figures. Occasionally one will squeak through where you're like, well, that joint's seized.
Yep.
Or this is on
You know,
backwards.
a lot of it's very fixable too.
So, I've come to feel over the past year with the amount of stuff that's come out,
Mm-hmm.
I regret how jaded I've become about a lot of it. Whereas
Yeah.
some of these releases should make me excited
Yeah.
that this character exists in figure form,
Mm-hmm.
or this thing looks great that I never expected to look great, or
Yep.
isn't it amazing how lifelike that sculpt and paint job is on that
Sure.
thing, considering what figures used to look like?
I think a lot of people have lost that for sure.
And we'll take those out in a little bit. So I feel that in some ways we're the bad guys
Are we the baddies?
in some of these areas
Sure.
of criticism. I do think things are way too expensive to be sustainable for the
Agreed.
amount of releases they're doing.
Yep.
Like, if you're going to keep that price point, if that's the price point you have to stick at, you can't
Yep.
drop 10 figures in a month.
Agreed.
Because, we've talked about this before, is that people reach a threshold where they finally decide that it's easier to walk away entirely, even just emotionally,
Mm-hmm.
than it is to pick and choose or deal with it anymore.
Yeah, I agree.
So they're shooting themselves in the foot. And, it collecting anything now, toy-wise, feels like the thing where you get caught smoking and they make you smoke the whole carton.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, you like action figures, huh?
How about all
the action
these
figures in the world? More.
That's not wrong. That's not
More.
wrong. Honestly, it's not wrong.
Oh, yep, Robert. Hey, Robert. Yeah, look at all these. Speaking of Clone Wars anniversary, how are they? Have we figured out how exactly they're fully doing this Clone Wars anniversary? Because now the Clone Wars anniversary is rolling into the Phantom Menace.
So I feel like the Clone Wars anniversary, and that's what a lot of people assumed that the Ki-Adi-Mundi was part of, was because they said 2023 was going to be the Clone Wars anniversary because it was the 20 years of
What's their weird corporate expression?
Entertainment Expression.
A little side note: look at how great we got a laying down clone.
I mean, is he dead? Because he's like looking at the dirt. Does his head
Or,
pop
or,
up?
or he just doesn't want to see.
Or that he's
like, I hope this hits somebody. I really do. You know what? As far as range of movement, no, he's not. That's the extent of him looking up. There's no
kind of weird. Like,
I mean, I guess you could rock the arms back a little more. But look at the splayed legs. But I do like him just taking wild shots. Also, that's his clone name.
Wild Shots. That's actually not a bad clone name. I'm going to be honest.
I dubbed thee Wild Shots.
Well, it's like in the because they aired the Clone Wars out of order, and like what Droid Bait dies like 2 seconds into that 5th episode or whatever episode that those clones debuted in, and then you go back and like was it season 3, I think, to kind of flesh out the characters, and you kind of learn their backstories and stuff, and I'm like, who's Droid Bait? Like, who was that? And I had to go back and rewatch the episode. Oh, that was that guy that died real fast was Droid Bait. Okay, all right.
Who shall mourn him?
Nobody.
Because we didn't know him.
We didn't know him. There was literally zero. There was zero weight to his death because I didn't know who any of those people were. Did not care.
Well, how far did he make it? Well, we gave him a nickname.
Droid Bait. And he died to like a weird eel. So
we should probably not name them things that are potentially awkward.
Yeah.
Before I put this away, I did want to show off for anyone who hasn't seen. This disappointed me. the reason that I was so keen on doing the custom
Yeah.
is when I saw, because we know they can do silver. We just got an Ultron release in Marvel
Yeah.
Legends that they can do unpainted, just silver plastic.
Right.
That looks good. Why he's beige, like beige sort of rose. He looks like
Yeah.
a rose iPhone.
Because that's his color in the cartoon.
Oh, so this is part of the Clone Wars expression.
So I think what happened was originally that was his color because that's what he looked like in the Clone Wars cartoon. And somewhere along the way in post-production, they made him silver to be more like a droid.
So you're saying he got Filoni'd.
He got Filoni'd.
But yeah, once I saw how big a difference that was,
Sure.
and because I
Huge
can't
difference.
paint faces, I thought,
Right.
well, I got that silver pen that I went to town with that on. So that proved effective enough that I at least had a marginal amount of talent enough to pull that off with the silver pen. That I would try the Hu Yang.
It looks good. I mean, from back here, I think it looks great.
But the thing that I noticed that what really made it pop and come alive was taking a Sharpie and doing all of the accent lines that exist within the model. Coloring that in.
Yeah.
Coloring the stuff right on his legs, that all those bands that exist. Oh, and
Sure.
and around his eyes. Putting
Yeah,
that
it
black
definitely makes
around
him
his
pop.
eyes.
Yep.
Which is not there on the release one.
Yep.
Have you done customs yet at all?
Not really.
Would you sit down and do a Hu Yang?
I bought a second Ned B to paint up. I kind of want to get a second Merrick to paint, and I kind of want to get a second Hu Yang to paint. Because like you, I don't want that. I don't want the one in my collection, the only one in my collection, to be something that I changed. I want to have a representation of the original.
Right.
But I do want to customize them because I think they need it.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few figures that have reached like the threshold of disappointment enough to where I'm going, I don't want this to be the
right
representation on my shelf of that character. I certainly have thought about, now that I have done that chrome pen, of maybe if I ever come across a cheaper R2, getting a second R2 and doing his dome. Or maybe putting some weathering on it, because he's very toy.
Yes.
On that body.
Yeah, and they really needed to put a little weathering on him or something like.
But that goes back to the thing we were talking about, as far as a thing traditionally they would have put a wash.
They would have. Well, the original one even had a wash, like the first one from the very first wave that they ever did.
And it's those little corners, and then they won't cut them on other figures. Like I really would love to know, because I don't blame the design teams. I don't. I always blame the management that's dictating where they have to cut the corners.
And that's exactly what it is. It's a budget issue. It's people will say, "Oh, it's Hasbro being lazy," or whatever. It's not lazy,
and it's
not lazy,
and it's not because they don't know how to do it. They know how to do these things very well.
Correct.
And again, we're holding little miracles on a lot of these figures.
Correct.
Like that Ahsoka figure. The Padawan Ahsoka is an incredible figure.
She's fantastic.
So much so that I wish they'd go back and redo the other Ahsokas to bring them up to that standard.
She kind of stands out a little bit, yeah.
I mean, you can't really put her next to that Clone Wars Ahsoka.
No, even
the season 7.
It's noticeably of lesser quality. Is that everything? All right. Let's see what we got. I got
so we're talking.
Shockwave here.
So we're talking about the lines.
Yeah.
I want you to rank them now. The ones that
Oh.
bring you the most joy to the least joy.
Sure. Easy. Easy. So number 1 is Cosmic and Mythic Legions. Number 2 is probably G.I. Joe. Number 3 is Star Wars, and number 4 is Transformers.
And
I
how
don't-
wide is the gulf between Mythic Legions and Transformers?
Pretty wide. So I would say there's a pretty big gulf between Mythic Legions and G.I. Joe. There's not a big gulf between Star Wars and G.I. Joe. Like they're on par. But I feel like, and the only reason I put G.I. Joe over Star Wars is because, you know, it's a Hasbro, wholly Hasbro owned property.
Right.
They can get away with doing more. Like you get more accessories, you get more stuff. And I feel like that's a big issue with the final product you have. Like, I mean, this guy right here, this is just a standard figure. He's got like 2 Uzis that go in his holsters. He's got 2 different knives. He's got a hat. He's got a shield. You know, that's so many accessories versus, you know, we got the Marok with a lightsaber and a really terrible cape and some weird paint apps. It's like night and day how different that they can treat these lines, because there isn't that extra cost associated with the figure, with making each figure. They don't have to worry about what Lucasfilm says or what Disney says. It's just them. It's what they say. It's their property.
Right. But then you have the discrepancies of price and offerings between what they're
Mhm.
doing with Marvel Legends right now
Sure.
compared to Star Wars. Both licensed from the same company.
From the same company, but not from the same company.
Right.
Like
There's 2 different
Lucasfilm is not Marvel, even though they're both owned by Disney.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have Lucasfilm and you have Marvel Studios.
Yeah. And while like they operate very differently.
But the point of discussion that I'm always interested in is that
Mhm.
knowing what the market's like, are there discussions between Lucasfilm and Hasbro about, hey, we need to talk about what the market is right now? You know, how can we, because right now I fear that a lot of these licenses are living on borrowed time for the markets.
Yeah.
Just because of the way the economy is going, the way the markets are, the fact that all of these lines have turned into basically collector only lines.
That's true. 100%.
They become niche. The same thing that happened to comic books
Yeah. Yep.
with the advent of the direct market.
Yep.
And when they left newsstands and left readily accessible outlets to get them at decent prices that people could pick them up as an impulse buy, you're now just you're further shrinking this market for this product, and you're going to reach a threshold where that audience dies off, and it's coming very fast.
Yep.
Because you're not growing the toy audience.
No, it's us. It's basically, for the most part, I'm not saying it's 100%, you know, because nothing's 100%. There is no monolith, you know, of everyone having the same experience. But for the most part, as late Gen Xers to millennials get older and start dying off, like those are the toy collectors.
And I
just
feel
had
we've ruined so many
true
of these things with our
Absolutely.
possessiveness
Yes.
of making us the only audience that
Yep.
needs to be catered to, or
Yep.
how dare you?
Well, just look at the discourse around He-Man right now. You know, there was the CGI He-Man show on Netflix, and you had a bunch of just man babies going like, I can't believe they're changing this. They
Got
made
my
Ram Man a
Tila.
girl. Exactly. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. You had He-Man. You watched however many 65 episodes or whatever
Yes, you
of
still have those, by the way.
they're still there. The same rotoscoped, homoerotic, barely dressed dude hanging out with
Is still
Fisto.
there for you.
You can get all the Fisto you want, buddy. It's there. But the kids need something new
Yeah,
to latch on to.
yeah. You still have your Ram Man.
Exactly. But you know what? As someone who grew up with Ram Man, I loved Ram Man. I thought it was hilarious. I thought
Oh,
the name
that
alone.
stocky character that you just
Yeah.
yeah.
Like I liked
The
it, but
most 1-2 action of a toy you could get. Push him down,
exactly
pops up. Push him down,
pops up.
pops
That's
up.
it. That's the whole thing. That's his gimmick.
Oh, speaking of brittle plastic too. That felt so brittle, that Ram Man.
Yep. True. But yeah, just like these toy companies, like if they want kids collecting GI Joe, they need a GI Joe cartoon aimed at kids.
Yeah.
But the problem is people my age, around there, our age, they don't want that. If you do a new GI Joe anything, it's got to be exactly as they remember it or want it or think they remember it. Because if it's different, they're going to go online and complain. They're going to tell their kids, you can't watch that because it's not how I remember it. And then they'll go online going, yeah, my kids don't want to watch it. Like, no, your kids probably do.
Yeah,
but
they hear you complaining about it all day.
Exactly.
Or they see that it's the center of your world and it's not them. And you obsess over this cartoon from the olden days.
And it wasn't good. It's not a good cartoon. I went back and tried to watch it. I mean, I wouldn't say it's bad, but like, it's not good.
All of those cartoons, you take with a grain of salt in the context in which they were produced for the audience and at the budgets they were produced.
Made them as cheaply as they could. There was no like overall canon. there were things that contradicted things,
and you fell in love with it when you were 5.
Exactly.
And you have an emotional attachment because of that. But you also had access to toys that were affordable enough for most income households to, even if you didn't get a whole line of something, they might get you something from it.
I thought I had a ton of He-Man
you also
toys
played with
up.
kids.
Yeah,
that was the other thing. You also played with kids who had toys, and I don't know how many toys that I never owned that I got a chance to play with because they were owned by someone else who had parents who bought them more toys.
And like you said, like I remember specifically Mask. I wanted every Mask toy. I thought I had a bunch of them. I think I only had like 4. But to me, that felt like a lot. But then, because what I would do was go over to my friend Sam's house, and he had like the Rhino and stuff like that. And when we had all of ours together, we did have a lot, because we would get together and play with those toys, and they were cool. And that's what I remember.
Owned a Metroplex. My friend Joe owned a Metroplex. I'd go over to Joe's and transform his Metroplex and get my Metroplex fix. I didn't own a flag. No, I knew the kid who owned the flag.
There was always one kid in the neighborhood. Yeah,
it was also Joe. And he also what was the name of the dinosaur Decepticon transformer, the big that would fight Metroplex?
Trypticon.
Trypticon. He also owned Trypticon.
Yeah.
Basically, he had everything.
Yeah, he was that kid. And
so he was the kid you'd go over and go, okay, well, I guess I'm spending the night at Joe's house, so I get to play with all his toys.
Yeah, my friend Brad was like that. We got into, he was like a year younger than me. We got into Star Wars at the same time, right when Power of the Force 2 came out. And he was an only child, and his parents were pretty well off. So while I got like for that first 95 Christmas when they came out, I think I got like Chewbacca, Han Solo, and Luke Skywalker. And he got doubles of the whole wave. One so that he could open them, and one for him to set aside for when they were worth money. Brad, if you're watching this, Brad, they're not worth jack shit. You're welcome.
They're worth at best the same price.
The same price. you can go and collect
You
all of
can
those
buy
old Power of
them.
the
In
Force
fact,
2.
most
Yeah.
places don't even replace the Kmart stickers that are still
Nope.
on them.
Yeah. They overproduce those so bad.
But you don't have any accessible figure
No.
lines.
No.
And every time they try and do it,
Yep.
and we've seen it with Star Wars, and you
Yep.
see it more with the TVC side,
Yep.
because it's the 3 3/4 is usually that's the figure scale for kids.
And
Every
you
time
have
there's a
vehicles, you
5
have play sets.
POA,
Yes, exactly.
but every
Yep.
time a 5 POA release would come out in the past few years, the TVC collectors would get up in arms about
So
it's
mad.
taking money away from you, should focus on TVC, and what's with this not enough articulation. And well, yeah, your articulated figures are going to cost more.
Yep.
For me, you know what? Having this Radis,
Yeah.
5 POA released with the Rogue One,
Yep.
I'm happy with this. It looks
Yeah.
great. The paint is great on it. You know, he's not going to be getting in like deep stance poses as Radis,
Nope.
but yet the fact that this line existed, this Rogue One line, you know, for kids who saw the movie and might want a Radis figure when they came out, this is the devil to and it's like, no, you can't exclude the next generation, because all you're doing is killing off these toys. The thing you love
Yes.
so much, they're gonna go away because they can't exist just with you as the market.
Correct. We're not a big enough market
And
to
getting
drive
smaller all
anything.
the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've seen people say, like, there's more of us. Like, we're the bigger. Like, you're not. You're not. If you ever think you're the majority in anything, I got news for you, buddy. You're not. You're just not.
Yeah.
You're not.
Yeah, because more potential market is being born every day.
Yeah.
But they have to have things available. I don't think, there's this talk about, kids don't play with toys anymore. What toys are there?
Oh, I mean, I just had a Christmas with a 15-year-old teenager girl, and then an 11-year-old boy, I think 9-year-old boy, and a 6-year-old boy. Do you know how many action figures they got?
Well, you got them all instead of them.
I got them. The only ones the only action figures that they got were the ones that I bought them for Christmas. I got one of them, a T-Rex on Amazon that was super cheap. On Black, or was it Thanksgiving or something? It was like $16 for that big $50 T-Rex. And I was like, somebody is going to like this. I'm going to buy this and give it to one of them because this is too cool for them not to like. I got one of them a little Minecraft like toy set. And other than that, they got Pokemon cards, they got like a skateboard, they got like Roblox bucks or something. They got a lot of RP toys, where it's a gun, like Power Ranger guns and stuff where they can do that, but like zero action figures. They did not care about action figures. They didn't even, when I opened mine, they weren't like, oh, that's so cool. Like, they did not care for the most part that I could tell. Like, their dad cared more about the toys that I was opening than they did.
Right. They weren't asking, can I also get one of those?
No one wanted my Mythic and Cosmic Legions. I mean, when I opened it, they thought it was cool, but at no point did my nephew, be like, can I play with that? Like, he never asked. And I never had to tell him not to. Like, I was playing with it. It was, I'm sitting at the table, putting all the different parts on, like posing him and stuff. No one came over, was like, can I play with that or anything? Like, nope, they didn't care at all.
But most collectors out there, I'll take that back. A lot of collectors out there,
there you go,
with the loudest voices, are absolute shits.
Absolutely.
When it comes to being exclusionary,
yes,
because it's you, and I've seen the weird sticking points. Like, you can tell the refusal to change when people won't like adapt to a new name for a thing.
Don't get me started.
It's like that's a hill.
Slag versus slug. You guys.
Or I'm not going to call it Boba Fett Starship, but that's a hill you want to stand on as an adult.
Well, and the thing is,
the thing you want to get angry about.
No one's stopping you from calling it that way just because it doesn't say that on the package anymore. Like no one's
Yeah.
going to your house and being like, you can't call it Slave One.
But also,
Stop
it's sad.
it.
It's sad
But
to make that a cornerstone of your personality.
It is
to,
weird.
I'm not going to be.
It is weird.
You're not going to make me not call it that thing.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
call it Slave One still, just because I have years of calling it Slave One.
Well, that's a reflex
you know,
action.
yeah,
But then you in your
yeah.
mind, like, but also I, as an adult, have the ability to think about. Okay, well, then you call. I'm fine. Hut Slayer Leia.
Sure.
Fine with,
And I think Hut Slayer Leia sounds awesome.
That-
To be fair,
totally
I
awesome.
think that's way cooler than Slave Leia.
I'm gonna while we're talking about classic Star Wars figures. I've had this waiting for a while
Nice.
to open.
I'm opening up Nunchuck, whose
These
name is
were-
Ralph Baducci. That's a weird.
These were overall a little bit disappointing.
Yeah,
the retro line.
the retro. What do you feel about them doing retro figures for like figures that never had retros, like the not even like the Tarkin or whatever, but like for like episode one's coming out, or like the Mandalorian, or like
the Mon Mothma they did in the new
yeah,
set.
yeah.
Good. But I don't think they should be, $14 figures.
Yeah, I agree.
Again, where is your entry point? Where is the thing that's just a nice little fun impulse buy?
It's because they know who's going to buy those aren't kids.
Well, even just a casual adult. This is a casual fan.
Yeah.
That doesn't care. The ones who could walk by, like the person that you had at Christmas that like knows the things that you're getting pop culture wise.
Yep.
That might want like a Han Solo sitting on their desk that they had as a kid. Why aren't these in supermarkets for people just to pick up? You have to charge so much because you have so few markets that you're in anymore.
True. Well, when I posted the new Mandalorian that I got, that's the all new mold. I posted that on my Facebook, and then I had a random friend I haven't talked to in a long time send me a message like, "Yo, where'd you get that? I want that for my desk." Like just kind of the same thing where like he doesn't collect the line, he doesn't collect any of them, but that one figure was enough to be like, yeah, I want that. How do we get this on?
No, the market does not care.
Nope,
and neither do a lot of the companies that are. Yep. I mean, you know what's happening right now is not the market.
It's not.
This is just a lot of companies that are trying to see how far they can push things and what the breaking point is, but they're not going to roll it back to how it used to be. They might suddenly go, okay, well, I think we've reached the top of where we can push them, but we're not going to roll those prices back now that we've set them there. No, although occasionally you do see some companies that do. Like what's the Micro Galaxy, that Star Wars line has actually rolled their prices back. Yeah.
Did they?
They
officially?
Yeah. Yep. They rolled their prices back.
I mean, I hope more people learn from that because that's cool.
Yeah, I wish these were just better. I mean, I know. So how they did these figures, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they scanned them all from Steve Evans' pristine collection.
Yep.
But the scans are soft. So all of the fine details it's essentially if you got like a slightly blurry picture of these figures. So all the sculpts are soft and nothing holds the weapons correctly because there's just slightly.
It's weird they didn't go back into like ZBrush and like tune them up after the scan. Like
just sharpen things up.
Yeah,
or from what I understand is the scanning process
mm-hmm.
doesn't work well on painted objects because of the reflectivity that you don't get that sharpness and detail. And if you're scanning from those, production pieces.
Yeah, and you don't want to strip it of paint because
there's ways to correct for that. Like he's not holding his blaster at all.
Right.
Yeah. Which, if you have a figure, that's not.
He just can't. Yeah.
It's kind of like that's the thing you're supposed to do. You have one accessory You used to be able to do that.
Remember when Han Solo could hold his blaster? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. Well, next we'll do a Bartles and James commercial.
You know what I get stuck in my head sometimes when I'm like concentrating on something? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like, I don't know why.
You know who sang that?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know who sang it, but I know where it's from.
The
It's
Pointer
from-
Sisters
Right. The Pointer Sisters.
from
That was
Sesame
like the
Street, the
70s,
famous
right?
pinball song. Yes.
Yeah.
You know when pinball was actually very popular.
Back when people cared about pinball. Yeah. But like, I don't know, like I'll be just concentrating on something and that'll just be an intrusive thought into my head.
I mean, speaking of another line that Palisades teased us with.
Oh yeah, and then famously didn't deliver because they
I
died.
mean, I luckily have that Super Grover.
The Super Grover, yeah.
But then you look at what Super 7's do. What are your thoughts on Super 7? Because I love, you know what it's for me it's similar to Funko in that you're doing so many things with so much properties. I wish you did it better.
Yep.
You have access to so much stuff.
Yep.
Like I look at the Sesame Street figures that are coming out. And it's like, you know what? They're simple paint jobs. They don't have to be super articulated. They can be the 5 POA figures.
Yep.
But who's doing your sculpts? Who's doing the things for something that we have a physical representation of?
Mhm.
We know as a physical object what these Muppets look like.
Right.
It's ingrained in, in our souls and our generations. We see it constantly. That's the one thing that you can focus on. It bothers me no end when things are off model. Funko got around their whole licensing issue by doing the Funko style for their Pops. But they've done those action figures, like they did the Disney Afternoon figures.
Yeah.
It's like, great, someone's doing Disney Afternoon figures. We haven't gotten Disney Afternoon show figures since the early 90s. Since Playmates did them. Long overdue.
Yeah.
And those, the Darkwing Duck line, let's say, suffered because they put action features in them.
Yes.
So the characters
gimmicks
didn't look quite right.
Right.
Some look better than others.
Yeah.
It's a shame when Tuscanini looks better than your Darkwing Duck.
And Darkwing Duck, yeah.
But now we have the ability to do great sculpts. What Palisades showed with their work, you can do absolutely incredible, authentic sculpts. And those Palisades figures, for the most part, were 5, 6, maybe 7 POA tops most of the time. They weren't super articulated.
Right.
But they looked great. You look on the shelf and that is the Swedish Chef on my shelf. Because they took the time. It's textured. But that's all sculpt issues. That's not a paint issue.
No, it's sculpt, yeah.
And so to see the Super 7 stuff come out, and it's like you have the ability to do the definitive things. Like Boss Fight is doing like the Fraggle stuff. Like that's the closest to what Palisades was doing I've seen as far as care and concern and fidelity in a line for something like that. So I'm just saying, bottom line, Super 7 annoys me.
I'm not a fan. I have nothing against like Brian Flynn or anything like that. And I'm not
I have nothing against the people at all.
Yeah.
This is not a people issue whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to be one of those people that's like, oh, subpar 7, whatever. Like, it's the people that go that far, it just kind of drives me insane. But I'm not a big fan of anything that Super 7 has. The only figures I have of theirs, I have a couple of the He-Man figures that they made when they first started doing the Master of the Universe Ultimate figures. And I have the 4 turtles from their turtle line.
I have their Cobra Commander.
Yeah.
Because I wanted a cartoon authentic Cobra Commander.
Right. And I'm just not a fan of anything of theirs that I have. It's just it's too expensive, I feel like, for what it was. And I've just not been happy with it. So I'm not in on any of their other, like, I didn't get any of the GI Joes. I did have them on pre-order when they first announced them, and then I canceled them all.
Cobra Commander, I have a soft spot for just because.
Sure.
That's as far as a character to get. That's one I'll get. That and Starscream.
Are you going to buy the retro version when it eventually comes out for retail?
Yes.
Yeah.
Even though that itch has probably been scratched in that scale
Yeah.
with the Super 7, because if he's just standing there being a Cobra Commander on the shelf, but as you well know, when you have that sort of emotional response kick in on a character,
Yep.
it's hard to not pick it up.
That's why I've got an Optimus Prime shelf.
Yeah.
I have 4 masterpiece scaled Optimus Primes that are just the regular G1 cartoon Optimus Prime. They're just from 4 different companies.
I have 2. I have
Yeah.
the original
Mhm.
masterpiece release, and then the one they did at Walmart for the movie
Mhm.
with the talking base.
Yep.
And I have his tractor trailer that they released separately on that first one.
So I
And then
take it back. Then I have like 6 because I also have the first 2 that I forgot about.
And then I got the Megatron,
Mhm.
the original Starscream that was more in the green.
The gray one. Yeah, the green. Yeah.
And then the second release, not the most recent one, which is everyone says is the definitive one, which now makes me want to get that one instead.
Well, hold on. It was, I feel like it was on sale recently.
Because that second one was just a
Yeah.
repaint of the first one.
Correct. Just with Starscream's
actual colors from the cartoon.
Yeah. What is
But
it?
those are my, if it was cheap, I'd probably get a Bumblebee just because Bumblebee. But that pretty much fulfills, those 3 characters are the only ones that I feel enough of a desire to pick up. Let's see if I can actually pull out an original Vader to maybe show off the difference between these sculpts. What did I open? Luke? Luke's in here, right? Oh, there's 2 more. Who's left in here? There's Luke. Luke's easier to show off. How soft the sculpt is. I think I did a video about this because in the mid-90s, around Power of the Force 2, do you recall that they released a box set?
The 4 had with Vader, Chewie,
and Han
Mm-hmm.
that were from the Kenner molds.
Yep.
So they're perfect reproductions of the vintage figures.
Right.
But that goes back to if you know it's not looking right, if it looks soft, why not just make that effort to do a definitive thing? Again, back to that Super 7 argument of it's hard to get these licenses and very expensive to get these licenses. You now have that license. You may be the last one who ever gets that license who wants to do those characters. Why not do it right? Why not have it look the best it can possibly can? Because you know what these characters look like. There are movies, TV shows, cartoons, whatever. You have reference to know what on model looks like.
Yeah.
For these things.
What they need to do is get originals, strip the paint off, and scan it blank. And then touch it up. Like that seems like an easy solution. I don't know.
Let's see if we can do a little.
Justin, a good Rodimus Prime figure to get probably would be the Commander class, if you're looking for actual Rodimus Prime, back in, was it 2020? I think it's 2020, 2021. They did a Commander class Rodimus Prime, and he's pretty good.
So if you look at the face on that,
Sure.
that's a vintage.
Oh yeah, that's definitely soft. I wonder if they maybe did it on purpose
Like
too to
this looks
help
like a Super 7
differentiate.
figure.
Yeah, it does, 100%.
Look at the robes on the
Yeah.
new one.
Yeah, it's missing a lot of those deeper details. Yeah.
It just looks like soft focus.
Yep.
It's like if you Vaseline the lens on your mold.
Yep.
And it's just that it's, if you're putting them out and doing that effort, why not? It's those little things that are just a little bit aggravating. Which is it's a fun line to do. It's a great idea to do the line.
You know what they should do? They should make
I mean,
a
he's not going to hold
vinyl
up.
cape Jawa, a rocket firing Boba Fett, and double telescoping Luke Skywalker, and just tank those aftermarket prices.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. You mean the what's his name who owns those?
Yeah,
I'm forgetting his name. The Rockstar, Jesse's girl, Rockstar, who has the Star Wars collection. Come on, help me out. You're old.
I know. I'm trying to remember.
I'm gonna have to look it up, aren't I?
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Do you ever see his video showing off his collection?
Yeah, I did. Rick Springfield. Yeah.
Who just bought everything off the shelf as it came out. Let's look at Vader. Let's see if we can get him into focus. Oh, you can even see from there how much softer. Like look at the breastplate. Well, all the details just disappear.
The hands, all that. Yep.
So yeah, it's just those are the little things that just they annoy me. I'll say that it's not the end of the world. Toys are not the end of the world.
They're not. They're a hobby. And I remember, what was it, man? It was last December, because we were just talking about this with some of my friends. Someone was complaining because they had just announced the 40th anniversary Return of the Jedi figures for the 40th anniversary this year. And they were complaining about, Poplu having the wrong card, and how, Hasbro is so lazy they can't put the right picture on the right card.
Please, Hasbro.
Yeah, right. Sorry, Hasbro. Well, it's not even them. It's Kenner, because they're just recreating the original card that Kenner did. But someone responded to something I said. I said something along the lines of, how many other Ewok figures can you really get? Like, you're not going to get an SH Figuarts Wicket. Like, you can't go get a Mofex Ewok. Like, this is it. Like, you either want Ewoks or you don't. And he compared me to the French bourgeoisie, and said that my head was going to roll like Marie Antoinette's. And I'm just like, dude, these are toys.
Oh, like, even in the coming toy wars.
Yes, exactly. And when the collectors rise up against the overlords, the Hasbro overlords,
the proletariat.
Yeah, the proletariat. Down with the proletariat. I'm just like, my dude, these are toys. At no point is a toy not a luxury item. You don't need this.
The sense of entitlement.
Yes.
About toys. And about why aren't they listening? Why aren't they? We don't know at all. There's, I'm sure, a book in it or wonderful panels to be had for
Sure.
with employees post-retirement
Yep.
about all of the drama that goes on behind the scenes in these meetings. We hear so much about these planning meetings, in what wants to be done, what's possible to be done, what gets shot down, what the rationales above their pay grades are when it comes to dictating what comes out and when. But we also
Yep.
know these last couple of years have just been a complete cluster F when it comes to scheduling anything.
Sure.
Because you can't effectively tie in with the product when you don't know
Nope.
when the product's being released.
Right.
If you don't know when a series is coming out or it gets pushed back, I mean, we had what? Marvel Legends had that entire Captain Marvel wave out 6 months
That
before the movie.
Captain Marvel, I can't remember his name right
The
now.
Eternals,
Shang-Chi, the
Shang-Chi,
Eternals. Yeah, we had all those figures,
that
and
Doctor Strange line.
not even for a little bit. It was a long time because those got pushed back. Heck, even X-Men 97. That show was supposed to be out right now. There's product for it on the shelves. We
Well,
should have seen it.
here's the thing where I because I hadn't even locked onto it, was that
Yeah.
uh I got a couple of the what if figures that are on clearance.
Yep.
The Agatha Harkness, the Gamora, the Warrior Gamora, or the Disney Plus figures.
Sure.
But the Build-A-Figure was the Hydra Stomper.
Right.
And I thought, okay, well, it's not the first time they've taken like a figure that maybe was released as a deluxe and broken up and made a Build-A-Figure out of it, just for more people to get it.
Sure.
And that wave has been out for months and months now.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't until watching the show that I went, wait a second. The show being the second season of What If. Oh yeah, that Build-A-Figure is not the Hydra Stomper from season 1.
It's the one
That's from the
season
premiere
2.
episode of season 2.
Yeah.
Where he's essentially, not to spoil it for anyone, but it was spoiled at the end of the last one because they saw it at the end of season 1.
Yeah.
Where he's the Winter Soldier in that universe.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
So it is the communist Hydra Stomper. It's like, oh, okay. Well, now that Build-A-Figure that came out ages and ages ago for a line that's already being clearanced for under $10 per figure, we finally know what the deal is with it.
Yeah, because we were supposed to have What If already. If you go back and look, you can look at the original release schedule, and there's like so many things that we should have been seeing already. It really, and they've got these lines in development for at least a year.
Oh yeah, you can't tell me that there isn't a Deadpool line that now they're going, wait, when is it the new date?
Right.
What? Or these Star Wars shows.
Yep. Acolyte,
because Andor season
Skeleton
2.
Crew. Yeah. Yep.
Now that Andor season 2 is a 2025 release, you can't effectively plan a line that way.
Nope.
Which, don't get me wrong, there are plenty of figures, like where's our Carson Teva? Where are figures that they could fill these gaps with that are universal. It baffles and boggles, but
and that's the thing is, like, we're not behind the scenes. We don't know what it looks like. We don't know what the hoops they have to jump through. We don't know any of that stuff. We can guess. We can see how it looks,
because a lot of those
our end.
scheduling things are also not dictated by Lucasfilm or by Marvel Studios.
Right.
That's coming from Disney on high. A lot of those changes of like, yeah, we're reshuffling all this. So, no, when people criticize the current MCU, and I'm like, do you realize how many times that plan has had to have been changed compared to how well constructed the first phase through Endgame was?
I feel like the thing that really kind of threw off the whole vibe was the passing of Chadwick Boseman. I think that really messed up a lot of plans, which again, it's no one's fault. It's one of those things that
No.
happened.
And they were still
But-
planning, they were planning a What If spinoff with his
Yes.
Star-Lord.
With his Star-Lord, which would have been amazing because he was one of the best parts of the first season of What If.
But, anyone who's gone through
Yep.
cancer themselves or with a family member knows that, it's not usually until they actually pass that that they're, they're definitely gone. They didn't
Yep.
They didn't make it through.
Right.
And there's always the hope that you'll get through the other
Yep.
side. The treatment will work, or the thing will happen, or you'll get through.
Yep.
But you have that compounded with COVID.
With the delays with COVID and stuff. And then you've got things like Jonathan Majors.
Yes. Yeah.
Which you can't see coming,
No.
Everyone, he was the golden boy for a long time. People loved. I loved Jonathan Majors and pretty much everything he's ever been in. Like, I watched Lovecraft Country just because he was in it. I'm like, I'll watch that. I like him. Just now I haven't seen Creed 3, and I kind of don't want to now. Like, I was planning on watching it, and I'm like, I kind of do. It just feels tainted a little bit now,
Yeah, I mean, watching Loki season 2
or that.
was like that.
I had a real hard time watching it, but I watched it anyway. I'm glad I did because I love Loki enough, and he wasn't in it a lot, but he was in it.
But now you're watching those projects in spite of.
Correct. Yeah.
And certainly, and you can imagine Hasbro going, wait, we have not just a He Who Remains, but also a Kang figure,
right,
out there.
Yeah, it's a Cara Dune situation all over again.
Yeah. I mean, but they even get as far. Well, no, it's not quite, because the production levels for that He Who Remains, that was when they were at their peak production levels.
True.
I mean, the Cara Dune, that happened even before her figures really started rolling out in force.
True.
So no, particularly when you obviously your talk with the studio is, yeah, they're here for a long time. We, make sure you kick those up. He's the big bad.
Yeah,
everyone's gonna want their Kang figure.
Yeah, Kang's gonna be the cool guy. He's gonna be the Thanos of the next wave.
I mean, now the only benefit is I guess how great those figures are for cannon fodder. Those He Who Remains.
How many customs can you make out of that? I mean, heck, I bought the Scarlet Witch from.
Is that the Target
sales.
one?
That's the Target one. I bought her. I bought her just for her hands, and so I have a handless Scarlet Witch.
I had been looking at those Dungeons and Dragons figures.
Yeah,
just because it was a show I watched as a kid.
Sure,
it wasn't even my like a favorite.
My
but it is stuck in my head.
I watched it anyway. Yep, absolutely.
And the designs have stuck in my head. And so when the figure line was released, I was like, that's interesting. Not $25 a piece interesting. I'm fine with that. That was before the clearance stuff really kicked in.
Sure. Who were those figures for? Because those are not for kids. Kids aren't going to be clamoring for those.
No emotional attachment whatsoever.
Exactly. So, like, when they're making those, they're not like,
not when they're buying up all the Hugh Grant Dungeons and Dragons figures.
That was such a weird thing to put in the first wave. Is I know what you want. You want a Hugh Grant figure, even after watching the movie, because those came out before the movie came out.
Yeah, he really should have been 2-packed with the owlbear.
Exactly 100%. Yeah. Like, I don't even want a Hugh Grant figure after watching the movie. Like, I want the Paladin guy. Like, I want,
also
Christopher Pine. Yeah.
Landspeeder Luke, get on that. Because that's the only way we're going to be getting an Ewok glider in Black Series scale.
That's true. HasLab it.
Oh, yeah. $300.
Yeah.
It comes with a stump.
I would. So, and people are like, oh, they should just do it as a tier for like the ATST. People don't understand what tiers are meant for.
No, tiers are meant for bones.
Yes, they are. They're meant for small things to augment.
Like, I was surprised by some of the tiers on the Ghostbusters one that just happened, though. It's like, you're giving out like stickers. The stickers, and that was the weird one.
The first wave, it was like a little booklet and stickers, and that's the first wave. And no one was up in arms about it, even though it's just stickers. That's it.
I think it should be none of the tiers should be something that's required to complete the thing itself.
Sure.
So, I like with the what was the one of the things for what just came out that I thought was it the holster? No, there's something about it. Yeah.
Well, there was a holster. There was a holster for both things. There's a holster for the trap, and there's a holster for the PKE meter.
Something like that.
Yeah.
For me, that should be like a first tier. Something that actually
something's easily attainable,
or something that you're never going to get anywhere else. It's not like they're going to come out later with, in Walmart, I bought the holsters they released independently from the HasLab that came out.
Well, it's kind of like with G.I. Joe, they're releasing at retail the SMS rocket system as that is intended to be towed behind the hiss, but they're just releasing that at retail. Like
So what was the plan if the hiss didn't fund?
I don't know.
And also, what's the plan for that who's buying that independent of having a hiss?
Right. I mean, I guess someone that just likes rockets. Well, and I just opened up the fire team to go with my hiss, but again, if the hiss hadn't funded, they still would have made this because it was in production. They're not gonna.
Boy, what kind of salt in the wound would that have been?
Right.
That's like them releasing a Malakili now.
I'd still buy it if they did.
I'd still buy it as well.
I would still buy it if they did.
But it is sort of a whoopsie.
Yeah. Well, and he should have been.
Or if the Return of the Jedi Luke they just re-released came with the bones.
Right. Well, so it was on one of the Q&As, Jing said that Jabba's palace Luke Skywalker that came with the Rancor is never going to be released outside the Rancor.
Why?
Because he was exclusive. He was exclusive to the Rancor set.
But
That's
it
what they
didn't
said.
fund. It didn't fund.
Yeah.
And it was a tier. It was not.
It was the fourth tier. It was the highest tier.
No, see that to me is just ridiculous. And also, I'm sorry,
they're punishing people. I feel like
I'm sorry, HasLab should be re-released. You can change the packaging for it, make it something that's identifiable, that makes it different from the initial release. But if you have a demand for it still out there, also, what collectors are going to be absolute dicks about going, no one else could have this but me?
I mean, there's a lot of collectors. I'm a little worried about what it means, like if it would hurt future HasLabs, because you'll get the people that'll go, I'll get it when they remake it or whatever. That's the only thing.
But you know what? Then that thing's never going to fund anyway. If you have people who don't have critical thinking skills like that, they're the same ones who go, I'll wait to see if it funds before I back it.
Yes.
Those are the same people.
Correct.
So they're not helping anyway.
People are dumb, Ken.
Yeah.
People are dumb.
Listen,
there are people that still don't understand that they don't charge until the thing ends. They'll go, I want to back it, but I don't have any money right now. Just back it anyway. It's free. You don't.
Yeah, you're, but I also want it to happen.
Yeah, so back it. Just stuff like that. But I do. I've been talking.
And also, you have 30 days to cancel.
You do.
If suddenly there's a problem, and you need to back out,
all your money back. Yep. That happened.
Which
with
I wonder what their threshold is. Like, what is their threshold of cancellations before they go, oh, we're actually under the number we needed for.
Well, so many people canceled the Sky Striker. It actually lost one of its tiers, but they still released that
Honored
tier.
it.
Yeah. Because if you go look at the numbers for it right now, it didn't actually sell enough to get that Night Force ripcord or whatever, but it still came in the box. How do you feel about Hasbro selling those the HasLabs that they had hanging out?
weird.
It was
was a
weird.
weird. It
It
was
was
a weird
weird.
way to offer them.
It was weird.
Like, I mean, I don't know how you do that
Yeah.
in any
Well,
way that doesn't seem weird.
I think a lot of it, obviously they overmake a little bit for uh issues with QC, QC,
Yeah, yeah,
where
you
like,
have to have replacements
yeah. Well,
available, and also they make enough because they have to provide a certain number to the licensor.
correct. Yeah.
Yes.
But then I think a lot of it, I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to be talking this because Dan tells me a lot of stuff when he was at like Hasbro Pulse.
Well, that's why
But
you're a patron member.
I'm paid. Apparently, I'm Patreon member #1 for Dan.
I see you at the top of his scroll.
According to Greg, producer Greg. But like they were trying to give him HasLab Sky Strikers because they had so many. Because I think just so many people canceled after they did production numbers and stuff, where they just had a ton.
I mean, they will sell anything like that given enough
Sure.
time.
Well,
they'll
and
sell.
they did.
Yeah.
They sold them at the thing. But I'll be honest, I had 2 to sell, and I had a hard time selling those for more than
But
what
that
they
thing
cost.
did so well.
It did,
but it unlocked so many tiers, meaning it got above the baseline into unlocking a ton of tiers territory. It wasn't like the, or like the Rancor. Like, it didn't even manage to get itself unlocked. It got itself unlocked and then some.
It did, but it's also the first HasLab that I'm pretty sure it's the first HasLab that had tiers that didn't unlock all the tiers.
I mean, it's a weird thing.
Sure. Because they didn't get that last tier.
And it's also for a line that they're not actively a scale they're not actively supporting.
True. Which Super 7 is now. That's weird.
and theirs failed.
Theirs failed.
but theirs had all the same issues that their figures have.
It did.
Like, why
100%.
is that so simplified?
Well, it's just
it didn't even look accurate to the cartoon.
It didn't. No.
On the outside enough to where you go, hey, as a display piece, that's like having the cartoon one hanging up.
But like, who is that? It's $500 and it's not displayable. Like, where do you put it?
It's $500 and it wasn't like super detailed inside.
No.
It was super massive in an awkward way.
Yeah.
You know what? Scale wise, would it probably? But I think the scale is very similar. Like,
sure,
the big Millennium Falcon,
sure,
which is beautiful. That is a work of art. That looks. That could, it obviously there's some scale issues, but that could be a screen model. It's so well done.
Sure.
When I looked at that Super 7 Cobra mothership, it's like, that just looks like a lump. Like, there's nothing about it
was
that
an uninteresting lump.
was visually exciting.
No, it was not.
And also, I was a G.I. Joe fan as a kid. If you were to ask me what I'd want out of G.I. Joe, never in the first 50 things that might come to my mind would I think the Cobra mothership.
Nope.
Like, that was the Terradrome. Yeah, that's iconic as a thing I remember from the G.I. Joe cartoon. As far as like, if I'm thinking of a Cobra base, it's not the Cobra mothership.
Or even like, there's so many things that they really could have put out. I don't know. Even a lot of their like their, what did they do? They did the Thundercats layer. I thought that was stupid. I don't.
Well, that was that was 500.
That was $500 as well,
and also absolutely massive.
Yeah, like, I just don't know.
Who do you know who got? I know Veebs got that.
Yeah.
Now I was about to say from Fwoosh, but not any longer.
Not anymore.
In Indie Veebs, and Indie Robo didn't get it. So Veebs got it. Dan didn't get that.
No.
That was but also that coming at the same time. Like, I know you're all rivals companies, but can you coordinate your massive crowdfunding
Well,
projects?
there's too many crowdfunding, like it's too popular of an idea that I feel like it's sort of eaten itself to
Well, I mean,
where it's
Hasbro
not
eats itself
fun.
when they launch 3 different HasLabs at the same
Correct.
time.
That's a problem. But then you have like Mattel doing it. You've got Super 7 doing it. Hasbro doing it
Oh,
multiple
because Mattel
times
was
in their
doing the
lines.
Jurassic Park gates at the same
It
time as the
yes, and
Ghost.
that didn't fund because like it was
What was it?
dumb.
That was like
It's
350
bad.
for
It was
gates
bad.
and a
It was
fence, right?
bad. I think it was 250, but still, it wasn't great.
And mediocre looking figures as your
correct.
stretch.
2 of the figures were re-released versions of figures that had already been released.
This is why we need Victoria on the show.
Yeah, right. And then I think the T-Rex they had was just a repaint of the T-Rex that was already available in the line. It wasn't
So it was a
good.
half-hearted
Yes,
reuse set
correct.
for something that, I mean, it's just I don't understand where you go. Like they still haven't announced another Black Series HasLab.
I don't think they will anytime soon.
Where would they go with it?
Well, like, yeah, what could they do with it?
The vehicles now you're getting too outscale
Yep.
to make them practical. As far as
There's
vehicles,
there's only a few vehicles I could see them doing, like an ATST, maybe, and only that because it's more tall than it is long or wide. Because that's the problem you come out with like GI Joe. I don't know what I'm going to do with the Dragonfly. It's so long, like I just don't know what to do with it. So with Star Wars, with the Rancor, at the very least, it was tall. It wasn't so long. Tall's
right?
easier to fix. You just need nothing on top of a shelf, and you can just put it there.
Right. Although, did I see that the Dragonfly at least has the ability to take off one of the wings, so you can set it
Yes,
flat back against your.
correct. And it does have a nice stand and stuff. One of the things I really liked was with the Batwing that McFarlane did. It comes with a stand that can be wall mountable. And I think that's really smart.
I think that there's a trick being missed by not offering wall mounts that are specifically designed to support the weight of some of these vehicles.
Yeah.
Particularly like when you're talking starships, this is, obviously more for the
Mhm.
TVC line, but even for stuff you've released in the past.
Yeah.
Like, again, we've talked about numerous times in the past, what the hell is Pulse for, if not to cater to the niche collectors that you've already got in pocket that want support stuff like this, want accessory packs, want things like wall mounts, want stands. Like, if you've produced the vehicles, they own the vehicles, and it's not a super detailed thing.
Right.
A stand or a mount is not you're not asking for a lot of detail. The most you could put on it, if you wanted to be plus about it, is put like a logo on it. But you don't even need that. Most people don't care as long as it's functional. Why are you not releasing functional support items that allows people to display these things?
I honestly don't know. It seems, especially since their biggest. I mean, we just talked about this. The biggest people buying these are collectors. Like no one's getting little Johnny a HasLab, a $500 HasLab for his birthday, or if he is, it's like a one-off rich kid. It's not random Timmy for his 8th grade or his 8-year-old party.
No, these are the
That's getting
middle-aged
that
nerds with
exactly with money to spend.
disposable
Yeah,
income
yeah, exactly.
to buy these weird niche things. Why not support it? Particularly if you're going to overload them with product, why not support it? But yeah, vehicle mounts and stands. But then it goes to it's left to the people like Luke
Yep.
to step in and fill that gap. So here's a request for Luke. Here's what I want. Here's my one starter ask for a mount. Relatively straightforward. I want something that clips on the edge of a shelf. So if you have, so here's the flat portion of the shelf, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here's the vertical portion of the shelf,
Right.
not the horizontal.
Right.
I want something that will grip the edge of that, and it has a mount to put the speeder bike on the end of it. So you can have
Sure.
speeder bikes on the dividers of your shelves. That is
Smart.
a floating mount right there.
Yep.
I mean, you've seen what I do with, with the banana clips
Yep.
on the edge of shelves to support
Sure.
things.
Yeah.
That's the kind of things that I want. Because you could free up so much space on shelves. Do a freestanding support like that for Luke's land speeder.
Easy peasy.
Do an edge of shelf extension, a flying thing or mount for the snow speeder that they put out. Because they know what the shape of the thing would have to be to securely put it on there.
I have my snow speeder just leaning up against the wall on the top of my shelf because I don't know what else to do with it.
Where is your TIE fighter?
Up on the top of this shelf right here.
Just spanning the
right there. I just don't have room for
Would
it.
you
Like,
hang that if you knew it could
if I
properly
could,
be hung?
if
Yeah.
I could do it, sure. Because I don't ever mess with it. Like I wouldn't hang something I'd want to like mess with, but I don't play with it.
I mean, I backed the Ghost. I'm getting the Ghost. That was my
Sure.
that was my you did a book gift to myself. Was I'm gonna get whatever HasLab comes out. I'm not gonna miss out like I did the Razor Crest or the Barge or things
Right.
that I wish I had now. But knowing that the thing is just as massive, if not a little more so, than that big Millennium Falcon, which I also just have sitting up on a stack of boxes right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where that thing's gonna go. So, part of that is if it's just gonna stay boxed,
Yeah.
what's the fun of having
Why buy
some
it?
of
Yeah,
these things?
exactly. It's when it's too stressful to own something, it makes me not want to own it. That's where I'm at. And that's what's really kind of cowtailed a lot of my buying and purchasing options.
Speaking of which, you need to open something else. I need to open something too.
Oh,
We need to be. Let's keep.
Oh no, I've got one thing.
I'm gonna open.
I bought this little chibi Optimus Prime
To add to the Optimus shelf.
Yeah,
I'm
did.
gonna open something that's gonna make people mad.
Do it. I dare you.
I'm gonna open hard to find Rogue One.
Oh, people are so mad.
Rebels animated style. They're gonna be so mad at me.
How dare you enjoy your toy and open it?
I mean, I saved the packaging. That's got to count for something, right?
It doesn't.
No.
Nobody cares.
You're just ruining the value of the estate sale.
Anyone that says that it cracks me up. Like, yes, sure, I'm ruining the value, but you know what? I'm doing for all the other versions that are still in the box. I'm increasing it. You're welcome.
Here's the other thing. You know what? If that's the way they collect,
sure,
great.
Yep.
I'm very happy for that too. I have a good friend who's been on Force 5 and Open Chat numerous times, Joseph Scrimshaw, who doesn't open his stuff because he loves it in the package. And he makes a strong argument for the art of packaging and presentation and how they look in situ and such. And I respect
don't agree with it, but I won't poo-poo it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, he influenced me enough for a while that I didn't open stuff until I realized, oh, wait, it takes up a lot of room. I can't be doing that. Admiral Thrawn.
Yeah, okay, so this is the thing I was thinking of. How do I send this to you? I'm looking at a G.I. Joe from the Revenge of Cobra miniseries, and I remember they had some kind of big, it wasn't the mothership, but they had a big plane that had a giant snake head on it. And I'm like, I always loved the way that looked as a kid, and I was always bummed that they don't have like a toy of it. Let me send this to you.
Did you find it?
I did.
You should be able to. Are you able, as a guest, to upload a picture to share on StreamYard? You should be, right?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, then we can.
Let's see.
Now we can compare. There's the two Throns. We got the Rebels Thrawn, and we got the new TVC release of Thrawn. I really wish. Here's my Black Series wish for this quote unquote Clone Wars expression, which is probably already dead and done. See, there's the. I mean, that's basically got to be the same model they used for the Black Series release, right?
Probably.
I would love to see some figures come out in the animated style, Clone Wars. Give me some stylized Black Series scale Clone Wars figures. Celebrate the animation.
They said something about how they don't want to do that because they want like a homogeny on your shelf, but I don't care.
Yeah, who do they want? Yeah. Who's dictating that?
I don't know. I don't know how to get this on. I've got it.
Oh, I see it. I can bring it up. There we go. Add to stage.
This thing is
now. Would you back that HasLab?
Honestly, I probably wouldn't, just because it's not the scale I collect. But like, I always loved this thing as a kid because it was like colorful. You know, the mothership's kind of boring looking. It's a mothership, but like,
well, it's a big clam. It's a big blue clam.
Yeah. This is at least like a jet, and it has like a cool snake head that opens
face.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's got giant eyes and nostrils, and it's a plane. It doesn't need that.
And look, he's even got those nonplussed eyes. Like he's not even impressed that he's a giant flying snake.
He could not give any less of a fuck.
You'd back this. You know you'd back this.
I might. I don't know. Again, it's
would you back now that you've got the Dragonfly?
Sure.
Surely a Rattler must be on their plans.
If they do, yes. If it's a 6-inch scale Rattler, I will get it. I just don't know how they could do it at a scale. Like it's gotta have a big wingspan. That's the problem with the X-Wing. Like an X-Wing has like a 3-foot wingspan.
Yeah, but
not even counting how long it is.
But the X-Wing, at least you can break those components down. They've done it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about displaying it on your shelf. Like,
yeah,
like where are you gonna put it? You know.
But at a certain point, I'm sure the other calculus is we don't care. That's your problem.
Yeah,
you know,
but that's gonna stop me from buying it. Honestly, if I don't know where I'm gonna put it, unless
you said that, but hang it on the wall. A lot of stuff that you get a Dragonfly coming, you don't know where you're gonna put it.
True. That's true. I was riding off the high of the Hiss tank at the time.
They got you. They had you in pocket.
They did.
And then Super 7's like, well, wait till you see this Cobra mothership. And you're like, yep, done.
Nope. That's well, again, that's the wrong scale. Like the only reason I backed the Sky Striker was because the Rancor didn't fund.
But now you can have Luke flying your Dragonfly.
I could go to what is it? What store would have those starting lineups and have like LeBron James flying my Dragonfly. That's one of the reasons I really wish they did more starting lineup figures, because I just wanted everyday real people in like ridiculous situations, like put them fighting Darth Vader with a lightsaber, you know, put them fighting Cobra driving his tank.
You got that. Like, you could have your selfie, Mike, flying
I will.
Dragonfly.
I'm going to.
You can put him in all your Hiss tanks.
I put Santa Claus in the gunner position of the Hiss tank, and I thought that was kind of fun.
But that's the kind of shared world stuff. Like I love the idea that Santa Claus figure exists.
Sure, same. That's why I got it.
Like, why aren't there more of that? Where's a line just called Everyday People? Where's our civilians line?
Here's a mailman.
Yeah, give us a mailman. Who are people supposed to save in these universes?
It's true. Well, I think it's kind of the idea. I mean, it's not really, but Shartimus's Street Humans line.
Yeah, but that went so stylized and
Yes,
specific that it's like that's not.
I
That's
feel
like
like the
just
line missed the mark for sure. But
like I
I
like
think,
the notion of
yeah,
civilians,
yeah.
but then they weren't civilians.
No, they were like thugs and whatnot. But yeah, like you said, like where's a mom and her baby? Like, oh, I want to have someone that gets kidnapped, or I need to
Yeah,
rescue them.
or baby carriage. How many?
Baby
How
carriage.
many? How
Yeah,
many? For Marvel Legends, how many? How many action scenes can you have of some threat barreling towards a baby carriage?
right. It's a classic situation. I am not going to attempt to transform this on camera because I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Yeah, but how intuitive is it then?
I don't know.
Oh, that's
It's
it.
not some.
That's the entirety of how this thing was packaged. So,
That was it.
did you see it? How this thing is
Yeah,
in?
yeah.
It's just a
You
piece of tape
untaped
on the
it.
top.
You untaped it, and the whole thing slid right out. Honestly, it's kind of smart for
Now I wish I hadn't
collectors.
screwed up taking the tape off.
Yeah.
But yeah, Hera, I was so excited, like because I hadn't finished my animated Rebels line.
Mm-hmm.
Has an absolutely awful paint job.
Terrible. She looks like a racist Asian caricature.
Or just like a lot of bad
Just
plastic surgery.
just bad. Yeah. Absolutely. That
Like
looks terrible.
I don't. It's yeah. I do think the stylized stormtrooper
You
in
know
the
what?
animated Rebels
I
looks
like.
great.
There's a lot of things I like about Rebels. But the one thing I don't like is that I feel like every Imperial person that didn't have a face was voiced by Steve Bloom.
Oh yeah.
And like they're not supposed to be clones. They're not supposed to have the same voice, And I get like you're gonna hire a new person for every like random Imperial in the scene. Probably not. But like it was just Steve Bloom doing his voice. It wasn't even like he was doing a different voice. I'm like, that's just Steve Bloom. And I love Steve Bloom. It just kind of took me out every time every stormtrooper
Yeah. At
sounded
least
like
make
Steve
every
Bloom.
other one Yuri Lowenthal.
Right? You had a lot of different people that were talented voice actors working on that. You can't tell me that they couldn't come up with like a different stormtrooper voice or something.
But Rebels does, and that first season in particular, feel like a transition to Disney show.
Sure.
As far as figuring out budgets.
Yeah.
I mean, Clone Wars was not an inexpensive show.
True, and it only got more expensive as it went because
and it looks. I mean, you see it on screen.
Oh, sure. Speaking of which, did you see that animation that someone did where they redid the episode 3 fight, but in the Clone Wars animation style? Yeah, I think it just popped up today, but it's the whole dual Battle of Heroes like Obi-Wan Anakin fight, but it looks spot on.
But it's with the Clone Wars models.
Correct. And I don't know how they did it, but it sounds like the Clone Wars voices too. Like that sounds like John Arnold Taylor or whatever his
James
name
Arnold
is.
Taylor.
That's it. James Arnold Taylor doing Obi-Wan and not Ewan McGregor.
Well, now you need to send me this.
I'll link it to you. I'll link it to you right now. I watched it earlier and I'm like, this is too good. Like it didn't even feel like a fan thing. Get off of me, buzzer. Get out of here. Where is this? History?
It was leaked by user Fave Deloney.
Here. I just posted it on the chat there.
Okay, let me. Everyone take a second to go watch.
I mean, it's like 15 minutes long. But yeah, it was posted a day ago. It's got 404,000 views now. But it's pretty impressive.
Let me. How am I supposed to copy that out of there? There we go. I just want to take a quick glance at it. Boop. And juggling too many screens right now. Too many screens. So was it just posted today?
Yeah. Or like last night.
How long until it's pulled down?
I don't know.
I mean, it's a channel with quite a few subscribers.
It does. Yep. And apparently it was done by them because, like,
Oh, I hope
he's
they
got-
didn't use AI for the voices.
honestly, I can't imagine how they didn't. And it makes me feel gross saying that, but like,
I mean, it does look good.
yep.
Yep. Well, I'll be watching that later. And probably pulling it down before it gets pulled down.
Probably.
Probably
It's-
best.
It's worth a watch.
Well, I am going to watch it. And I'm also going to open this to ring in the new year.
Nice.
I'm shocked they didn't do a Black Series release of this.
I'm a little disappointed they didn't do a Black Series version of it. I would have bought it.
Not that it's the hardest thing to customize.
No, you just need a robe, and I'm sure there are people that make.
But those
like, their
hands, you
robes.
would have to get
Yep.
those hands.
Yes.
But did you
And
ever
also a
think
little
you'd live
orb.
to see the day?
So
Also,
weird.
I love the fact that this is not like a Disney Parks release.
Right? It's an actual
TVC
Hasbro,
Hasbro
TVC,
release.
yeah.
But we gotta get more, right?
They can't just do one.
I mean, I can't believe. I know you love Black Series, and this is not your scale, but come on, novelty wise.
I appreciate the novelty of it for sure.
Want to try and open this as best as I can. Watch me screw this one up. Remember the part you had the issue with? You got around that corner.
Around that corner, and I always mess it up, and I just rip it open after that.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that. But it's giving me a hard time. It was not an easy rock. But I'm persistent. But this seems like I'm shocked that Luke hasn't done a custom. You know,
I mean,
maybe
I
it's
feel like-
because this is one of the things that it works to do a cloth robe for.
Yeah, and he's never gonna do a cloth robe.
Because that's where you two differ.
I like cloth robes for the most part, as long as they work well. But I feel like every time Hasbro does it, I'm like this. I feel like this would. I'm like this would have worked better as molded plastic. And then when they do molded plastic, I think this would have worked better as soft goods. And they always choose. Either they're choosing the wrong thing, or I'm just never happy with whatever choice.
I
they made.
thought what is it? The Malgus
Yeah.
robe I thought was handled well.
Yes, it was. It was handled very well.
What was the other one that I was surprised that they went for the cloth on Morgan Elsbeth in TVC, but not Black Series.
Not Black Series. Same thing with like a Bib Fortuna, where cloth TVC, but molded plastic on Black Series. And I don't like that option. I don't like that choice.
But if it had come that way, then Luke would have replaced the cloth with
Probably
some other
easily.
some
Yeah, but
other
he can do
characters
that.
dressed.
He can do that. He can print his own, robes or whatever he wants to do. Like, I want cloth for it. But Hasbro really needs to change their cloth game is the problem. They need to make their cloth either a heavier gauge or put a wire in it or just something to.
Well, you saw the Force 5 episode I did with Frederick, right?
Yeah, I
Where we
did.
talked about
Yep.
seam allowances and
Yep.
how much of that is just because of which, when you're producing on a mass scale like that,
I get it.
you're gonna make choices like that. Look at him.
Yeah, they even sewed the opening close so it hangs right.
Let's see if we can get his ball handling.
Chewbacca now with ball handling.
It's got good grip. The ball's in there solid. I mean, it just looks like he's offering it to you, but he's supposed to hold it. This is gonna be one of those things that takes some time to. There we go.
You have to slowly position it in both hands. Yeah. Nope. Now you just need a drunk Carrie Fisher singing.
Oh, can we also get a custom Luke with that makeup?
Oh, I mean, that's just the. I feel like the first archive X-Wing Luke counts for that because it was pretty bad.
There we go. I'll fix it later, but that's a perfect holiday figure. And another thing that I'm surprised they did not do a Black Series box set. Although I guess maybe if it hadn't closed, they would have gotten to it. I'm not going to open this up, but I do have it to open at some point.
Oh, Starline. Nice.
I don't have the protocol droid that they also did with it.
Yeah. Rest
Also,
in peace,
notice
that hotel.
$14.99 instead of the $16.99 for the usual TVC releases, but this is a Droid Factory.
Now, I mean, so does Disney make those, or is that like a Hasbro
I
thing?
have not figured out.
Yeah.
Because we just got the R5D4
Right.
is a Build-A-Droid.
Right.
Oh no, that's the Build-A-Droid that Hasbro released. The molds are similar enough that I can't see. Maybe it was just Disney going, "Hey, we're going to do this in-house, and we're just going to pay you for the molds you did." Although they own the characters, they don't need to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. Like are they contracting Hasbro?
Because they are
Gonna do
still.
these on the side?
Is it sort of like the store brands at a supermarket?
Exactly. Yeah, white label it. Yeah.
I mean, they have really nice card stock on them.
So it's not.
But
Hasbro.
of course, anything in the parks is going to be sold
Sure,
as
it has to.
collectibles.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you're trying to milk as much as possible, so you want to seem like a quality product. But yeah, I guess we'll never see that in the Black Series, huh?
Nope.
Ooh.
I've got a couple of the Build-A-Droids that you could build in the park where they just have like the bin parts that you just put together your own.
Oh, you
protocol
mean
droid
like that?
Yeah. Just like that. Yep. I got them. They're still in the little clamshell cases that you can get.
I also have my 60th anniversary. Was it 60th? Yeah, that was the 60th. R2D2 that they released.
You know what I really want them to do in the Black Series? And like in lieu of holiday figures next year, I want them to do the Ralph McQuarrie card art that they did in the TVC line, but at a 6-inch scale.
Yes. So pick up where that box set
Yes.
left off and do the rest of
Yes.
the
Or just all of them
concept.
because we don't have anything in the Black Series. Like start with the Yoda, in the
What
in the
did they
Santa Claus
label that
outfit.
as? Because that was in Galaxy packaging, that 2-pack.
It
What
was,
what
yeah.
was did that have a band on it that was different, that was unique to
TVC
like what was the coloration?
Yoda. Let's find out. Holiday Edition 2003 Star Wars Saga.
Oh no, I'm talking about when they did the Ralph McQuarrie Obi-Wan and Vader 2-pack.
Oh, I
apart.
see. No, that was labeled as a New Hope, I think.
That was a New Hope. Okay,
That was a New Hope.
so that's the Galaxy coloration that they used for it.
Yeah.
So they could pick it up,
but it
with
wasn't
that.
numbered. It was just labeled as a New Hope.
Right.
I mean, it could. I feel like if they
Because
did
what we
it,
get for those, because we got him in the 30th anniversary line,
right?
the McCory
Yeah.
run. We got the Rebel Fleet Trooper, Snow
Mhm.
Trooper,
Yep.
Stormtrooper, Han, the 2 different versions of Luke,
Right.
the male and female,
Yep.
Chewbacca, and is there one I'm? Did I say Stormtrooper?
You did. And it was a cool
And then
Stormtrooper too, with the lightsaber and the shield.
yeah, his little
Yeah.
baton
Yeah.
saber
Yeah.
and the riot shield.
Yep.
I think that was, and the Yoda, and
Yep.
we've already got the Obi-Wan and the Vader. I mean, that's a whole wave you could do of just concept releases.
Just concept, but specifically, I want the holiday ones. Give me an
The
R2
holiday
with,
cards, they definitely should.
give me the R2 with the reindeer ears on them
And the Santa suit,
and the Santa suit 3PO.
C-3PO.
Yeah, yeah. Give me the ones from the cover of Star Wars Christmas holiday album, Christmas in the Stars.
Yeah. Well, they only did, because I just did that video on them again. The first year was the R2 and the C-3PO.
Yep.
The second year was the Yoda.
Yep.
The third year was the Jawas exchanging gifts.
Right.
And then the fourth year was that cop-out red Darth Vader.
Right.
And that was all they did.
I at least want the Yoda and the R2 and C-3PO.
The Yoda with the presents and
Yeah.
the Santa suit, yes, is.
But they would have to do a whole new mold. Like, there's no way you can just repaint that Yoda, so they probably won't do it.
Yeah, no, that all of those take it out of the realm of just doing the
Yeah.
regular seasonal repaints.
Right.
And the cloth, I mean, you couldn't get a nice cloth Santa suit on Yoda that wouldn't look weird.
No way. No. It would have to be molded.
But that's, you know what? But honestly, those are figures that they should re-release every year. Just change the packaging for in-package collectors. But if they're out of package, make them available as perennials every year that you can pick up your holiday R2, C-3PO, and Yoda.
Sure.
Mine that mold for years to come. Your seasonal re-release of the holiday Star Wars figures.
Do them red the first year, green the next year. Just keep going.
Don't leave the figures exactly the same. Just put them in the pack. Only thing is different is packaging.
Feel like I have to buy a new one. It's not going to be like a Hallmark,
Yeah, because you're an out-of-box collector.
Yeah,
so if you're an in-box, then you buy to get whatever the 2025 packaging is.
Sure.
But the figures for people, because I think that is going back to the thing we're talking about as far as entry points for people and casual fans. Like, hey, I'm a casual Star Wars fan, and I think it's really fun to have a Yoda dressed up as Santa Claus.
Sure.
That's a fun thing to have available for the season.
Yep.
And it's a character that's well known. It's not someone going, is that a stormtrooper? No, that's actually a clone trooper. That's a Nutcracker. That's
right.
Okay, whatever. I'm checked out. Oh, that's C-3PO as Santa Claus and a reindeer R2. Done.
Yep.
Give me that. I shall buy.
Easy. Yep.
But that's the weird. I don't know where the heads are of. I just wish that the Star Wars team could have as much fun as the G.I. Joe team.
Or maybe just as much fun as they want to. I feel like a lot of it's just being stuck behind constraints.
Yeah, there's again a lot of conversations we're not privy to.
Exactly.
But they do seem like the team of misfit toys.
A little bit. No, it's true.
And they get flack 4 ways to Sunday. and that's undeserved.
Well, and like they give flack to people like Patrick or someone if they like misspeak or don't remember a character's name, but like
Or
it's not it's very obvious that someone like him, like he might not be like the biggest. I'm not saying he's not a Star Wars fan, but he might not be as big as say like Eric or someone, but his job is marketing.
right,
Like
and he
like
also was assigned to that team.
right.
Just like Steve
Right.
was taken off that team and put on Marvel, and he wasn't a huge Marvel guy. He's not a deep dive Marvel guy.
Right.
That's just where the company went, hey, we want you over here now.
Yep.
And and Patrick, I don't fault anyone who's uncomfortable on camera for being uncomfortable on camera or awkward in a public presentation. That's a very unique skill to have. And people get better over time.
It's just practice. And the problem is some of them don't do it enough to really
Or
get
their practice is being put out in front of
putting out. Yeah.
everyone, and
Yep.
that flaming comments section
Ugh.
on the doorstep of the internet.
The worst.
It does not, it never goes well. But no, I don't fault the enthusiasm of folks like Emily that clearly have for the license and these properties. The only question that I ever want answered is because it's not a mistake that makes it through the way it did without some severe miscommunication on some level. I just want to know the Balin Skull Shin scale issue.
Yes.
If I could have one question answered in a sort of what was the steps that led to this? That's my only one. Because they know how to do massive figures. They're not afraid to do massive figures.
Nope.
So that's not an issue.
Nope.
They love to do deluxe upsells.
Yep.
And we just
honestly,
got Malgus
I would have
released
bought
at the same time.
Yeah, I would have bought a deluxe Balin Skull if that's how they did it, because like I said earlier, like where are you gonna get a Balin Skull? Yeah. No one's doing a Balin Skull outside of Hasbro. Like Mafex isn't, SH Figure Arts isn't, and if they do, instead of being $30 or $35, it's going to be $80 or $100.
Also, the thing that we talked about as far as they have known for a while this was an issue. They don't not know it's an issue.
Yep.
And also the fact that they clearly sat on these figures for quite a while because of the delay.
Yep.
So they knew this was coming.
Yep.
Like there's no way they didn't know that there wasn't going to be a backlash and questions about what? Which makes me wonder why they also weren't part of the initial release, the announcement, when they announced the first wave, even though these are part of that wave.
Yep.
They weren't part of that initial reveal. And it was when they revealed them was kind of like, here they are too.
Well, it's still also very interesting that like they're doing that running change on the color of the sabers. Like they can fix it. They know it's a problem,
Particularly if it's something where it's shown that they could just swap out a section.
Yep.
It's just a thigh swap on both of them would go a long way towards making them better.
Yep.
And as far as tooling goes, you're just talking about that element.
And they've done that before with like the Leia and the archive version. Like they shaved off part of her thigh to make her shorter because she was too tall.
Which now, so the question for both of us then is, a year from now, if we get a re-release of both of those characters fixed, we're getting them, right?
Oh, 100%. I'm not. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm not even going to kid myself into thinking I'm not going to buy that.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
But until then, I've got my wrong height versions on my shelf.
until then, I have a Riva sitting here that I got for $8 on Amazon as soon as Luke posted his fix. I was like, oh yeah. I don't have
I
the
can do
shin
that.
replacement yet because
Yeah.
didn't he use Sabine?
He used Sabine. Yeah.
And that's too new and expensive a figure to
Yeah.
do another pickup just for that.
So I was thinking, because there's also a running change in Sabine with like her face paint, I think it is. So if I see that in person, I'll probably buy that and use the Sabine that I have.
What's the difference?
Uh
I know there was
if I
that
can-
that weird helmet that Robo got on his.
So the helmet is one of the differences, but also I think the hair color on the old one is more black, and on the new one it's a little bit more like blue or purple or something. It's what
Has
it's the
the tones
yeah,
to it.
the tones to it. Yeah.
Well, now I don't know which one I have. Let's see. Well, that's definitely purple tones on mine. And it's not black at all.
Here I found a picture comparison.
Certainly don't have that squat helmet that Robo had on his first one.
Yeah, you probably have the fixed one then, because mine's not. Mine's the old one, and I don't like it. The helmet sucks.
You got the squat one?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Share screen. Window. Boom. Share. There.
And to stage. Oh yeah, I definitely have the more purple one that's on the right side.
So you have the fixed one then.
Thank Jeebus. Ugh. I'm so tired of having to
The little
rebuy
things.
figures.
Yep.
Just so they can be fixed.
Yep. So if
And
I
you-
see her in store, or I won't order it online because you can't tell what you're getting. But if I
Right.
see it in store, I'll pick it up and probably do a little fix. with
I'm
a little love.
assuming we're not going to see that wave at clearance.
Probably not.
Not clearance as far as like Ollie's and Ross sort of level
Right.
of
No, they'll be on
secondary
sale
clearance
or something. Yeah.
And we haven't seen, although did we see some of the Morgan Elsbeths? Was it Walmart was selling some of them
Walmart. Yeah.
at clearance?
Mm-hmm.
And they just got the Shin and Balin, right?
I just saw them a week ago at mine. I didn't honestly. It didn't even look. I saw them back there, but I didn't pull them out because I didn't know there was a running saber change at that time,
Right.
and I didn't think to even look at it because they probably were the orange one if that's what people are finding now. And I don't want to think about that. That I could. But I remember seeing them. I'm like, I've got them. I don't need to like pull them out and look at them because I've.
Was it the
got
usual Walmart thing? Like they just got a single box?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Oh, well, I think they had like 2 of everything on the shelf actually. So they might have gotten 2 boxes.
Really, really deep stock then.
Yeah, deep stock. You remember back in the day when you can go to a toy store and there's just pegs and pegs and pegs and pegs of everything, and it was all stocked and it was easy to find stuff. And then now you're like, yeah, we got 1 case and some guy bought all of them. So screw you.
Even scarcity wise, of like
Yeah.
trying to find that Power of the Force 2 Yoda.
Yep.
You didn't have to wait long. You just had to wait for the restock.
Right.
Because a whole truckload would be coming in the next week.
Yep. Or it would get repacked in the next wave or something.
Remember back in the day? What?
Yes, I do.
Feels so old and sad and aggravating
Yep.
in so many ways.
I remember going to KB Toys, seeing they had like a buy 2 get 3 free sale, and just walking out with a ton of black or Star Wars figures and the AT-AT for like $20.
Remember when Star Wars figures would just fill a little kiddie swimming pool in an aisle?
That was
That was like one of the
midnight
chief
launch.
stocking
Yeah.
methods on a
That was
launch.
the midnight launch of Revenge of the Sith. I remember
And
waiting,
watching
like,
a
yeah,
not, and it wasn't just adults.
nope,
Watching kids and
Yep.
adults
Yep.
scramble looking for characters.
yep. I remember helping a pregnant woman find the pregnant Padme, and she's like, "I can't bend over. Can you find me one?" I was like, "Sure, I'll find one for you," and I did, and it was great, and that was like a little moment
But
we
now
had.
all those kids are the
Yep.
still they're the middle-aged collectors as well of these.
Yes, they are. Here we're 20
Uh,
years on, and those 5 and 10-year-olds are 25 and 30.
all complaining bitterly about
This is not how I remember it.
they're taking money away.
you know, they are diehard prequels fans, but people our age or older are like, prequels suck. It's all about the OT.
5 POA's a kid's line.
5
Yeah.
POA, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
It
You're
is.
absolutely
It's
right.
see, and you know what it's supposed to be. It's literally what they're made for.
Listen, you can have your collections, you can have your fun.
Yep.
Just don't be a dick about it. Just
Yep. I will say for the most part, Transformers fans are pretty good about understanding. Like they get their lines that are intended for the transformations are harder. Like Masterpiece or even like Leader and Voyager scaled figures and stuff. But then you also have like the kids versions from the kids shows like Transformers Earthspark that just came out, where like the toys are a little bit more simplified than
but tell me your perception
the other
because
ones
you've
are.
you've
Yeah,
tracked this.
sure.
But it never really felt that Transformers went as far out of the zeitgeist
True.
as far as new stuff being
Yep.
created for generations
Yep.
as G.I. Joe or He-Man or any
Absolutely.
of those.
Yep.
Those were cyclical.
Yep.
And would have gaps in between.
Yep.
But no one's talking about, that Ninja Turtles isn't coming out with a regular refresh for kids. Every generation has their Ninja Turtles.
Yep.
But
no, it's true. And there hasn't been anything for like G.I. Joe like that, but
G.I. Joe's a hard thing to sell a show about, a military force.
It's just military
fighting terrorists.
I feel gross having this guy. This guy's a friggin' cop. Like ACAB includes this guy. I just but I like him, so I'm gonna get him. But but you're
or
right.
a Cobra Commander. It's like, oh yeah, you got a terrorist mastermind on your show.
And then people are like, I don't get why Hasbro doesn't want to do him with a hood anymore. I don't know. It could be that he's a terrorist and he's got a hood.
Yeah. Also, a hood is the easiest customization you can put on your figures.
Super easy.
If you're that desperate.
And I'm gonna be honest, I never liked the hood. I always preferred the helmet.
The battle helmet was always cool. It was shiny.
Way cooler. Yeah. He looked more sinister than looking like a.
Also, he was fun when he had the battle helmet on. He was a sinister jerk when he had the hood on.
I just
give
see
me
a
goofball
Pac-Man
Cobra
ghost.
Commander with his battle helmet.
I just see a Pac-Man ghost every time.
Yeah. Well,
but
he feels like a poser. It's like, oh, this is when he would change his voice and try and be sinister.
Yep.
Look, Rob agrees.
There was Transformers. Then there was a little bit of a gap between G1 Transformers and like Beast Wars, but there wasn't a huge gap. And then from Beast Wars, you've basically had, for the most part, a Transformers cartoon in one way or another, or movies. Like if it wasn't a cartoon, there were like live action
much like
movies
Ninja
that
Turtles
carried it. Yeah,
would reinforce those core characters,
right?
Reimagined.
Yeah, and a lot of it was
it's Megatron, it's Starscream, it's you got those archetypes continuing on through each of those iterations.
Yep.
Which also provides a gateway back to the previous iterations.
Correct.
So that means you can have an Optimus shelf.
Yes, you can. And you can have on the Optimus shelf, you can have the robots in disguise Optimus. That's the fire truck. You can have a movie Optimus. You can have, the original G1 Optimus. You can have one from Armada. You got one from Energon, Cybertron. Like there's a
But all
bunch
those
of different.
boxes say Optimus Prime.
They're all Optimus Prime. Although I'm not saying Optimus Primal because truck, not monkey.
That should be a T-shirt that you should offer.
Although,
Can you do a Botch and Shots
that,
T-shirts?
that was a
Truck, not
popular
monkey.
saying. That was a popular saying when that came out. But I don't have a problem with that because he's a different character. They're not saying, "Oh, this guy is Optimus Prime. He's just a monkey now." He was a completely different character who just happened to have a name similar to Optimus Prime. Same thing with Megatron. Like his name was Megatron, but he's not the same Megatron. Like they explain that in the show. Rob Henry, I disagree vehemently. And I don't hate the 2000. It's 2003, by the way. I just don't understand the passionate love that so many people have for that show. I tried to rewatch it a couple months ago, and it's so like grim, dark, cringy. Like it's like the goth phase that some kids go through, where like, it's not a phase, mom. I'm really mad at the world. And it tried to be an anime. It tried to be dark, and it was done by 4 kids. So it was also kind of lame. And I absolutely hate the theme song to that old 4 kids show. It was terrible. That being said, if that's your favorite Ninja Turtles, don't listen to me. Enjoy it. Have fun.
Yeah.
It's Ninja Turtles. I just don't like it. And I tried so hard to like it. And I remember watching it when it aired. I had the toys. I worked at KB Toys at the time. I had the figures. I still have those figures in a box in my garage. I watched it. I had the DVDs as they came out. Like I really liked it. But I tried to rewatch it and I'm like, this is just kind of bad. It's just not good. But you know what I do like? I like Rise of the TMNT. People hate that show. So maybe I'm busted. I don't know. But I think Rise of the TMNT, while I didn't like it when it first came out, I gave it a chance and watched it on Paramount. And like this is fun. Like it's different. And I think that's what people don't like about it. But it was fun. I had fun watching it.
Doesn't erase the other ones.
Yeah.
Like I love the 2012.
I love the 2012 one as well. That is probably my favorite.
Rise, I have not been able to get into just because that's not my cup of tea. Visual design,
fine. Sure. The movie is really good, and I feel like the visuals on the movie were kind of changed a bit, but I don't know. By the end, I didn't like Rise when it came out, and I didn't like the first half of the first season. I was kind of pushing my way through it. But by the end of the first season and into the second season, I really actually did like it. And I feel like it ended in a pretty good spot, even though it was only like 2 seasons long.
Yeah, but that's the great thing is the next generation will have.
And then there's the next one.
They already have it. I mean, they have Mutant Mayhem.
They got Mutant Mayhem. And there's a TV show coming out based on Mutant Mayhem.
And then a few more years, there'll be enough. But that's how you keep it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when, you have all these Star Wars projects that.
Yep.
People complain about, well, why is Young Jedi Adventures and why is that toy line also taking away our Black Series and PVC? It's like
it's not.
No, it's chill out.
First of all,
I bought a Nubs.
Yeah. I want a Black Series Nubs.
Why don't you make a custom Black Series Nubs out of one of your Ewok figures?
Yeah, I will not. I did on the airplane last night. I watched Mutant Mayhem. I watched it in theater because it's like I want to support Ninja Turtles or whatever, and then I watched it again. I still like it. It's not like my favorite thing in the world, but like it was neat. I like the animation style a lot.
Yeah, it was fun and unexpected because I had no expectations for it whatsoever.
Right. Exactly.
Other than, it's another Ninja Turtles thing. Okay, we've had a lot of those over the years, and this is going to be different, just like the rest of them.
The 2007 movie, I remember I hated that when I saw it in theaters because it wasn't what I wanted it to be. I was expecting it was like the first kind of new Ninja Turtle thing for a while
in the theaters.
Yeah, and I wanted I wanted Shredder, I wanted Bebop, I wanted Rocksteady, you know, and we got
Said you
Patrick
got
Stewart.
Patrick Stewart.
We got Patrick Stewart and fighting a bunch of weird little demon monster guys. And I didn't like it at all when it came out. But, you know, once I got over that and kind of watched it again, I'm like, this is actually pretty good. Like it's different.
That's more of a precursor to what we got with the 2012 series than the
True.
original series.
Agreed. And I think that's a lot of people, like a lot of people just want the same thing over and over and over again. And they don't want anything else. They don't want it to be different.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's where
I
nostalgia
know, but it's gotta be
stagnates
different.
culture.
It's gotta be different to try new things. And you know, if things don't work, the next time they do it, they'll keep what works and try something different. But like you can't just have the same thing over and over and over again because you get bored with it.
Right. And also just the knee-jerk reaction to hate.
Yeah.
But then turn on a dime. Like in the past year, the seesaw of the MCU is dead. Oh, this is the best thing since so and so. Oh, right? The MCU is dead again. Oh, this is the best thing since seeing the positive response to What If season 2.
Yep.
And then you also have the same jerk voices out there that are decrying it for why are we getting more of this Captain Carter.
Captain Carter got Captain Carter. They made up a Native American woman superhero. Why couldn't they just use something that already exists?
And why hasn't Mephisto showed up yet?
But then they get mad. Like, why do they have to make guy characters girls? Why can't they make something new? And then they make something new. They go, why do I have to make something new? Why can't they just do something we already have? You're like, oh my God. I don't
when
get
they
it.
do this story that I had in my head.
Yeah. Like, you know what? Then you make something. Then you go make it. I just like, you know, there's been a lot of discourse on like Twitter in the last couple days with like Star Wars theory and stuff, gatekeeping like women, calling them what do you call them? Opportunists, like where they're like, he thinks they're coming in and co-opting. That's why I have my little sci-fi was invented by women. Like people like literally sci-fi didn't exist before. Like Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein, and now we have sci-fi. You know, Lucille Ball.
You're trying to bring history and context
right
into this, and that is where that's fail.
The problem. Yeah. Lucille Ball is the reason Star Trek exists. Like, sure, Gene Roddenberry created it or whatever, but he didn't produce it. He didn't have the money.
He also didn't ensure that it got time on the air.
Correct. It was literally Lucille Ball who was
leveraged her own studio.
Yes. Correct.
Because she believed it she was actively being told, do not support. This is going to be a money suck.
Yes.
And it's going to bring down the studio. And she did it because she wanted to. And she believed in it. And it was her choice to do so.
Star Wars, I'm not even say New Hope. Star Wars as we know it wouldn't be the hit that it was.
Without Marcia Lucas.
It just wouldn't be. Women are responsible for for sci-fi that we have today. They're not opportunists. They're creators. They're enablers.
I mean, again, you know, people forget that, you know, E.T. written by Melissa Matheson. Not written by Steven Spielberg.
Nope. All the movies that people loved as a kid, Jurassic Park, Back to the Future, all those. Guess who produced those? Huh? Guess who produced those? Good old Kathleen Kennedy produced those. You know, the girl that's destroying Star Wars, responsible for all the Indiana Jones movies that you love.
Yeah, let's talk about, you know, the editor on Jaws, Thelma Schoonmaker.
Right? It's so ridiculous.
Or Quentin Tarantino's collaborator who sadly passed away, who was
I don't remember her name.
Every single one of these, you can point to James Cameron.
Yep.
And you can point to John Carpenter. All of these had very creative female
women
partners that were equally as valuable.
Yes.
And you see what happened to a lot of them when those collaborations ended.
It's just ridiculous. It's
Tim Burton as well.
Yep. Yes.
If people actually look at who wrote these things, who produced these things, who were involved in these things. But but they're not, the folks making these kind of statements are not interested in having an honest discussion and debate. They solely exist for clickbait and to rile up, particularly when the person you're talking about, who I'm not going to deign by
Nope.
naming,
Sure. Yep.
but you look at the pivots that a lot of those folks take when they don't feel they're getting the attention with one perspective, and then they change to a different perspective that they know will get engagement.
Yep.
And that's why they ride that. So there isn't even a sincerity. Like, it's one thing to look at it as someone being sincere in their beliefs, awful though they may be, and go, well, they're at least sincere in that. There's a whole other level of awfulness that's added on top of that when they're insincere, when they're doing it just because they know that plays the audience.
Yep.
And sadly, a lot of those folks are rewarded for it, because that's how algorithms work and our crumbling society functions. So, wonderful, positive channels like, Force Center talking about Star Wars are eclipsed by these shit stains on fandom who are just there to generate controversy and be absolute dicks.
Well, and then you've got people that go, well, he's the biggest Star Wars channel on YouTube. So, the more people have his opinion than don't. Like, that's definitely not how that works at all.
No.
That's not how that works.
No. It's but again, sadly, that shittiness gets rewarded.
Yep.
Because they tend to also get the most fervent and vocal and awful of people.
Yep.
I mean, but that's that's a lot of things that you learn over the years when it comes to feedback on stuff too, is that you tend not to hear from happy people.
Yeah, if you're happy with it, no one really runs to the streets going like, I'm so happy with this.
Yeah.
I love this so much.
Or it's engagement.
Yeah.
If people are happy with a thing, generally it doesn't cross their mind to report on their happiness,
right,
to the creator of that happiness, or they're contented with it, because there's also everything else in their life may be on fire.
Sure. Well, and we had to talk about this a lot when I worked for Apple, because you go in and people will come and be like, oh, my iPhone's got this problem, and it's a known issue. If you go on this forum right here, you can see all these people are experiencing this too. And I'm like, there's probably like 10 people experiencing this, and that sucks. Do you know how many iPhones we've sold? Like
that are not experiencing this?
Yeah, exactly. Like sure, that sucks. I'm not saying it doesn't suck, but like, is it a big deal? Like, it's a big deal to you, but it's not a big deal. It's not happening everywhere. We've sold millions of iPhones. Yours has this problem. We'll fix it. But like, it's not a big deal. And but people see other, like, people will see 10,
but this is happening to me.
Yeah. But no, like you said, I've never gone on and been like, man, I freaking love my iPhone. It's working so well. Keep doing this. Like, I'm just gonna use my iPhone.
Right.
That's how that works. Like, if I were a reviewer, sure, I'd review it and give it a positive. But like, as just a normal user, no one goes on to just say they like something or it works well. They just use it.
Right. But I've certainly tried more and more.
Sure.
To you know what? If I don't like a thing, I don't need to go on and put a thing about, like, what am I actually accomplishing by going out and being, yeah. But if I like a thing, knowing how rare it is for people to actually say it, it's important to me to go, hey, I should praise this thing or this person or this creator or this whatever.
I will if I see
really
it's
good
getting
job
a lot
on
of hate.
What?
So I will if I see it's getting a lot of hate. Like, I never went on and gave a review on like Rotten Tomatoes before until people were review bombing like Last Jedi. So I went
Right.
on and be like, you know what? This is not actually that bad. I kind of enjoyed a lot of parts of it. I'll give it a good score. But like I would have done that had people not been like
Right.
bombing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, what a small life to lead to
True.
like you that's an important thing to
It's so important.
that you have the time to go try and destroy something. You just don't like it, move on. The time that you're being a dick,
Yep.
maybe watch a different movie. Go back
Just
and
go.
watch something you
Yeah.
like.
No one's gonna take away the original trilogy. No one's gonna take away the prequel trilogy. It's still right there. And actually, I say no one's gonna take away the original trilogy, but they might because
I mean, George did, but now George has been put back on a pedestal,
right?
because now you hate someone else.
People hated George Lucas.
That's what drove George away. That's why George made the decision of like, I'm done with this. I'm done.
By 2005, George Lucas was the worst. And then, well, I know he didn't direct it, but like he produced, was it Red Tails? And like people hated that, and it was just like
you had a whole dick documentary. The people versus George Lucas.
Yeah. It just when they did the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, which I went back and watched when the Dial of Destiny came out, and I didn't think it was that bad.
I was not a fan of it.
Sure.
When it came out.
Yeah.
My opinion on it has softened considerably.
Yeah.
Also because at the end of the day, it's just a movie.
It's just a movie. Are there things that I wish they'd done differently? Sure. Is Mutt kind of, is he Shia LaBeouf? Yeah. But
if you, and then I do want to highlight this comment as well. Yeah.
Yes. Very true.
And most of the men of those are idiots.
Very true.
Which is accurate.
It's real true to real life, for sure.
Just anything the past couple of years have certainly shown is that if given the option, most people will do the dumb thing than the thing that would actually benefit them in the long term. People aren't good at thinking.
Terrible.
But yeah, no, stuff like Crystal Skull, and I can not like it as much as the other ones.
Sure.
It doesn't erase the other ones. Will I watch it as often as I'll rewatch Raiders? No. But it's fine.
I'm gonna give.
Did I go out and buy an extra old Han Solo
just to make a Crystal Skull Indiana Jones? You did. I will say I actually like Crystal Skull better than Temple of Doom. I do.
Temple of Doom hit me at the right age for it.
So you have the nostalgia link to it.
Firmly locked into.
You have the nostalgia age to it.
And I also, for me, I think divorced of the rest of the film, I think that Club Obi-Wan's set piece is one of the most beautiful set pieces in a Spielberg film.
I agree with that. I feel like outside of the rolling ball from Raiders, like all the classic iconic indie imagery and stuff comes from Temple of Doom, which I understand, but there are just so many things I just do not like about Temple of Doom. Because we watched it, when Dial of Destiny came out, my wife was like, let's just watch all of them. So we sat down and watched them, and it was hard to get through it after having not seen it for a long time. Like, I mean, Willie Scott is just the friggin' worst. She's just the worst. I know Kate Capshaw is like, married to George Lucas and whatnot, but like
Spielberg.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Spielberg. But like she does just basically scream the whole movie. And I know that's probably a realistic like reaction from like a normal person in those situations.
Well, I mean, that also was the spoiled character that she was.
I get it, but it doesn't make it not annoying. That's the character
in the script. Yes.
Sure.
But that does not. Yes.
It doesn't make it not annoying that it's just constantly screaming.
But then we also have Short Round, who's
fantastic.
A great character.
I won't say anything bad about Short Round, and I'm so glad that 2023 has brought
Ke
Ke
Quan.
Quan, yeah, back into the limelight. Like I loved him in Loki season 2. Loved him in Everything Everywhere All at Once. One instant classic for me. Like I just friggin' love that movie. But like I like all the weird kind of quasi borderline. This is really racist kind of stuff.
I
I'm
don't
like,
know. I mean, it's a little more quasi, not so much borderline
not
either.
borderline. No, I was just trying to be nice. I was trying to softball it,
Yeah,
but
no,
but it
is
hasn't. I should say it hasn't aged well.
no, but there are elements in all three of the films,
Sure, absolutely,
including Last Crusade, that
including
have
Last
not.
Crusade that have not
Yes,
aged well. You're absolutely right. That's true for all of them. I just felt like it was more noticeable in Temple of Doom.
yeah, because
But
of
you're
the
right.
setting.
Because of the setting. Yeah.
It's not gonna get around with being a reductionist
Right.
stereotype.
Right. I mean, talk about movies that haven't aged well. When Bill and Ted 3 came out, I found out my wife hadn't seen the first two, and I was like, "Oh, gotta watch them. I love these movies."
Oh,
And I forgot that they just dropped that hard F, like, and back in the 80s, like, it's funny, whatever. But like now, it's like, let's. And in the second movie, they do it twice, and I just,
but that was happening in kids' movies in
yeah,
the
well,
80s.
yeah. Well, kids' movies in the 80s was different. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was one of the reasons why there's a PG-13 rating now.
Right.
Because they didn't have any. It was either PG or R.
Well, that and Gremlins.
Like, yeah, that and Gremlins. Yeah.
The 1-2 punch of that
Yeah.
year.
Tough year.
Yeah, there are a lot of elements of the 80s that have not aged well when it comes to.
Well, and then you got movies like Airplane that just has a full-on like boobs for like a full 2 seconds in there. You're like, what? This is PG?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was 3 seconds. It would have been R.
one of my favorite movies growing up for some reason.
What was the other thing that I just saw that had nudity in it? I'm like, Christmas Vacation.
Christmas Vacation has some full-on side boob.
And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah. So that was another thing. I hadn't seen that since I was a small child.
Which is now seen as just like a family Christmas movie to watch with the family at the holidays. It's like, no,
it's not.
And neither is the original Vacation.
No.
Or the second one. All the vacation movies, National Lampoon was an adult brand.
It was, yeah. I don't know who that movie is for because 90% of the slapstick in it is like base level, this is funny to 7-year-olds, which was the age that I was when I saw him walking around.
And Chevy Chase.
Who's about the same,
who still had the same belief on Community.
Yes. Yeah.
Where he still thought was funny.
It was funny when I was 7. As a 41-year-old, I'm like, this is really dumb. Like, what's the joke here? Cousin Eddie's poor? That's the joke? He can't afford a pool? Oh no! Like, really?
Well, don't forget about his daughter's eyes getting uncrossed.
Right, his daughter's eyes. Yeah.
But again, those were adult.
They're stereotypes and
an adult movie brand.
Yeah, sure.
And he's not a pleasant person just in general.
That's what I've heard. It's hard to go back.
I mean, as a character, Clark Griswold is not.
No, he's not a good person. Yeah.
As a father, there's issues.
Sure.
That character throughout those films.
Yeah.
Forcing his family through a lot of peril and pain.
Hey, let's go out in the middle of the woods and cut down a tree.
Let your daughter, their eyeballs freeze,
right?
Because you're so focused on getting this tree to the exclusion of everyone else,
right? It's a movie that didn't age super well.
So few movies do,
and I honestly probably will never watch it again. At least not for another 10 or 15 years where I've forgotten how much I don't like it, and then I'll go back and watch it and go like, oh yeah.
I mean, even Jaws has really gratuitous nudity at the beginning.
At the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Right off the bat. So
yeah. And I don't have a problem with that in general.
No,
I-
but it's one of those things that was thrown in there that wasn't absolutely necessary.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a problem. Hi, Kitty. You came in. Hi.
Just
Yeah, I don't
looking
have
to
a
see if
problem
there's
with
any blasters on the ground that you can
yes.
pick up.
There's not. There is a bunch of plastic on the ground from opening up all these toys. Hi. But yeah, like I said, I don't have a problem with nudity in general. Like I don't care. I'm not like a prude or anything. But it's weird. It's weird when you go back and you're like, I'm watching a PG movie, and there's like, there's a bunch of boobs here. There's a bunch, and you have to go back and put it in context of okay, this is the '80s and PG-13 didn't exist.
Yeah, boobs
Yeah,
and language that you
and
would go,
language.
oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
yeah, because they were allowed a certain number
right.
of them. I'm trying to think if there's. We're gonna leave it with the opening. We're done. So I'll ask you this as we sort of wrap things up because we've
Yeah,
been going a while,
we have.
and also here it's New Year's Eve. It'll
Oh,
be New
happy
Year's
New
Eve for
Year's
you soon.
in an hour. Yep.
What are you happiest with that you got this year and most excited for next year?
Great questions, obviously, always. Man, it's gonna be pretty tough to pick one thing. I'm gonna say I'm happiest with the Cosmic Legions line.
Which
As
you were not collecting at the beginning of the year.
I was not because it went up for pre-order last year, but I only pre-ordered one or two because it was new, and I'm like I was only kind of into Mythic Legions, and I didn't know how much I would really enjoy. Actually, it was 2021 when the pre-orders went up, so it had been more than a year. But I didn't know how much I would enjoy it. But when I got my first one, I was like, oh, actually, I enjoy this quite a bit. And now I have the entire first wave of them. One of them is not his original form, but I've got him. But it just blew me away just with it has everything I like about just cool stuff. Aliens, technology. Nothing is the same. They've got one guy that's like a big slug guy. Hold on. I got it for Christmas. Where is he? Oh, he's up here. Oh, this freaking guy. His name is Slug. He's just he's got a removable helmet thing.
Now,
I
how
can
much
get it
was he?
off. Do you really want to know?
Yeah.
He's retail for him is $112. But I have a little discount with Toy Snowman.
Right.
And he also was running a Black Friday sale when my wife bought this. So I think we ended up paying something like $80 for it.
Which brings it in line with what Hasbro for a figure that size.
For a figure this is heavier than any Hasbro figure.
So it's not like
There's
Rotocast.
no, this thing
That is a hunk of plastic. That's a
solid.
doorstop.
This thing's probably a good 3 or 4 pounds of plastic. With every spot on him is painted and like there's no paint apps that they skipped over. He's got a bunch of little things that pop off so you can kind of
So
customize
that's
it.
closer to something like you'd expect, like a Mafex
Yes,
attention to detail.
exactly. Or even like maybe like a NECA attention to detail, where it's got like a good wash, but the plastic isn't brittle.
Right. NECA
Which I
has that
like.
McFarlane
Yeah.
issue too, where everything feels sort of brittle.
Yeah, but he came with an alternate head, one without the snarl. He has obviously this removable little dome piece. He came with like a hand scanner and 2 alternate hands, one open for holding things and one as a fist. He doesn't have the best articulation in the world. He's got ankle rockers and stuff, but he doesn't have anything really on the knees. But like he's
And he's
just
not
so big.
falling down.
He's not falling down. He is, But also like you kind of said with that 5 POA.
What do you expect for him to
Yeah,
do?
what kind of dynamic poses are you going to be putting this guy in?
Right.
Like he's there to be big and menacing, and he does that. So, and this is a figure that when they came out, I'm like, I'm not buying that. I don't really care about figures like that where they're kind of big bricks. But as I bought more figures, I'm like, now I kind of do want that guy. Like I love with the helmet on, like it's kind of fogged over. So it looks like he's got like an atmosphere in there that he
Right.
has to, breathe, which I think is just like little things like that.
It's a
It's kind of
little
neat.
attention to detail where you
Exactly.
appreciate that they thought about that.
Yes, exactly.
And not only thought
So-
about that, found a way to execute it.
Yes. So that's my thing that I'm most happiest for in 2021 is that line just in general. There's some that I like more than others, but it's just a really good line. In 2024, man, I don't know. More of them? Can I say more of those? I will say this. I don't know if it'll actually come out in 2024, but the current pre-order that ends in like a week or two on the Four Horsemen website is a big old bear. like it's a mount, but it's just a bear, just a massive bear that comes with parts so you can like stand him up or he could be on all fours. And I think that's the toy I'm looking forward to the most. He's like an $80 bear.
Is the big old bear. So the bear is cheaper than the Cosmic Legion that you just showed.
Yeah. So that's
now. What is the
Four
size
Horse-
comparison between the bear and?
Well, it's hard to say because I don't know without getting it in hand. But I will say,
but it's a mount, so it's meant to be
It's a
written
mount.
by what 6-inch scale figures.
by a 6-inch scale figure, yeah.
So it's
gonna be
probably
beefy,
10 inches, 8 to 10
probably
inches long.
something like that. But I will say that price isn't like if you go on Big Bad Toy Store when the Four Horsemen pre-orders end, they go up for sale on like Big Bad Toy Store and all those other like stores and stuff,
Right.
and it will be more expensive there than what it is on the Four Horsemen website.
To
So I don't know.
incentivize buying from them directly.
Correct. So it might be like 100 or 100. It might be about the same price as this guy.
But soon you're going to be able to have him fight that big bear.
Correct. And
or
I will.
Or both of them fight a hiss tank.
Either way, yeah. And that's kind of the fun of having an eclectic collection like this, where I can do fun stuff and mix them together as I want.
He's a space alien. You could even hang that from your ceiling.
I could. Well, I've got a couple pictures where I'm mixing those guys with my Black Series figures, and I feel like they work well. Like I got a bug guy with wings, and I put him against Anakin Skywalker. So
as far as the similar scale to that, what was that character we see at Maz Kanata's place that just lounging in one of the booths?
Just lounging on the couch, and he's huge. I don't know if he's that big, but like
I would bet he's the same scale as that.
He could be
compared to a Black Series figure.
He could be,
but we'll never see that from.
Nope, and we'll never. Yeah,
Hasbro.
So it's kind of fun. Excuse me, it's kind of fun to mix and match those lines because I can.
He could have fought a Rancor.
He could have fucked a Rancor.
That's how much you love. That's Cosmic Legions.
No one ever thinks about that, but Rancors need love too.
They do. That's how they make baby Rancors.
That's right.
Yeah. People don't know about that either. It's because no one ever watched the film strip.
No. Where do Rancors come from? Well, when a daddy Rancor and a mommy Rancor and a weird slug space alien love each other very much.
Well, the slug space alien is just a go-between.
That's true. It's not integral to the process, but it doesn't enhance it.
No. And then at some point, somebody learns to ride it. I don't know. It's a mystery of life.
I actually haven't finished watching the video myself, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's a bonding thing. I don't know. Right. It's for life. And that's why we're never going to get that Black Series Rancor.
Think about all the fun pictures I could have with a Rancor.
Yeah, think of you could actually have your selfie series riding that Rancor.
I could have. I would have. A world doesn't exist
You
where I
see
wouldn't
what
have.
they took away from you?
They took it, and that is what people see, is they just look at what's been taken from them instead of what they've gotten.
I love the idea of you getting an army of you, but I also kind of hope they're just sending a bunch of random selfie series.
Either way,
Just
either way,
people
it's a
that maybe
story.
didn't finish their payment or canceled their orders.
Either way, they're like, this guy will take them.
Yeah,
I'll review them all.
Or all Dan.
I will review everyone. Listen, I don't know what the likeness is on this person, but they got a weird face.
They got the beard right.
That's true.
Make your own Cosmic Legion.
I am a Cosmic Legion.
Oh, you're Kaess McLegion.
Oh, you got it.
Sorted.
Yeah.
Is that the podcast you're starting for the new year?
That's it. Kaess McLegions. All right.
So everyone should check out, as always, everything that you do. How many shows do you have going? So right now, Black Series Canteen is active. Thank you for checking.
Black Series.
See, look, it works.
Yep.
Bots and shots, is that still just a periodic?
Yeah, so it's gonna be more active coming up. We always do a top 10 of the year at the beginning of the year for Transformers. We have the two HasLab, Victory Saber and Deathsaurus, that we're gonna do a video on, and I feel like Bots and Shots is a good medium for that. And then we want to do, because I got Transformers Zach into Mythic Legions and stuff as well, because I'm a bad influence, and we want to do what we call Mythics and Mead, where we drink from like a big old stein and we talk about.
You were gonna get so messed up.
Yeah, basically. I'm too old to be drinking like this, honestly. I shouldn't be doing this, but
I saw your last Bots and Shots.
Yeah.
You two look so rough by the end of that.
It was rough.
You can see the regret.
Yeah, but that's part of the fun. That's the regret's part of it.
Just wait till you start the mead one. We'll see if that's
That's
still
right.
the
We'll
case.
see. Yeah, we'll see. There's a really nice. There's a mead brewery in the city I live in, where like inside is modeled after like a Viking longhouse, and they have like horns you can drink from and stuff. And like
get them to support the show.
No, it's like, I honestly I want to try, but I'm definitely gonna go and pick up some mead from there. And they always have like Lord of the Rings inspired names and stuff. And it's a nice vibe. They have like minstrels come in where it's like it's of a band. They'll legit have like someone coming in and playing like a hurdy-gurdy or whatever, like the.
Yeah, you're not responsible for anything that happens, right?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So we'll see. But no, I do have plans on doing. Long story short, I have plans on doing more Bots and Shots this year. I don't know if I'll do one every month, but we'll probably do it kind of quarterly, or just as we feel like it. But I'm hoping to get more than 3 this year, which is how many we did last year.
And you certainly have been increasing the videos back up as of late.
I've been trying. I went through a little period, of adjustment. It's kind of it lost its joy, it lost its luster, but now I'm getting back into.
You're enjoying it again. Yeah, you're actually enjoying the things that you're talking about.
Honestly, that's a little bit of it. But I also found a way, because I went through a point where I was just doing too much work on a video, where like the style that I was doing it in, it was taking so long to edit it, to where by the time I was done with it, I was just exhausted from making that video. And every video was like that, and it wasn't sustainable in the way I was doing it. So I've just dumbed it down.
You seem to have, although you do have some fun things creeping up. Your unboxing effect is quite fun.
I like that. I think it's kind of a fun way to do it, and that's super easy to do. So it's just, I know a lot of people like it when I put on shirts that way. That was a
Well,
popular
that's your
thing. In fact,
OnlyFans that they can check
that's
that
true.
out.
No, well, so who is it? The Chaz, the owner of Geek Fuel, called me one day, and he's like, you're my favorite Geek Fuel unboxer, and I was like, that's weird. He's like, yeah, I just really like your whole like the nipple thing that you do, and like the way you put on the shirts. I was like, I stole that from someone else. Like, I don't know. I just saw someone do it. Like, I can do that. But I'm glad he liked it. He's like, yeah, can you make like a compilation of all those? We'll post it on our website. And I never did, but
Well, the unboxings are
yeah,
fine. I'm
yeah.
your alignment on the effect is very well done.
Thank you. It's fun. I like having them all just fall out of my hand when I do it. Like
I
it's
really wish you would have done it with the hiss tag.
just well, it really only works though when they have the bubble. It because like when there's nothing to look at, it's not as. I tried it with the last wave of Black Series figures that were plastic free,
Right.
and it just didn't look.
Didn't have as much fun
It
as
didn't.
actually
Yeah,
seeing it in its contained state and then its
correct.
freed state.
Correct. That weirdly added a lot to it. So that's 1 point for me for the plastic coming back.
But now my
Is I found
challenge for you
yeah.
is you need to do 2 figures in the same shot.
Oh, where I just do one each hand?
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough. I'll try it. We'll see. I'll think about that.
What's arriving next? Do you have anything that's besides 17 selfie series? Do you have anything else
if
those
selfie
aren't in the
series do it, yeah. No, and that's kind of what I was saying earlier is we don't know. Like
It's weird not to
the
have
only
any
wave.
active.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of happy for the quiet.
Yeah.
I like the quiet right now. I
Yeah.
almost don't want to, because didn't they just announce what the 24th? Entertainment Earth
Yes.
put that pre-orders would be
Yes,
available.
there's gonna be pre-orders available from,
And I'm kind
but
of
we
like,
don't
can
know
we make it
what that
February
is. Yeah.
24th or March or even April?
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine too.
Make
I got enough
quarterly.
to enjoy right now.
You know, I really wish that Hasbro would kind of do the same thing as the Mythic Legion stuff, where like they put stuff up for pre-order and they're like, hey, everyone pre-order these, and like they come out a year from now because they have to make them or whatever, but they only make the ones plus that people buy. So if you pre-order it, cool, you get the one that you pre-order. If Big Bad Toy Store pre-orders 1,000 of them or whatever, you get to buy one from Big Bad Toy Store for probably a little bit more. But like I feel like,
but aren't we sort of inching towards that? Because
a little bit.
what
Super
is the
7
wave?
does it that way.
But what's the Hasbro wave that's coming up that is only available through Fan Channel and
The archive.
Amazon?
Oh, there's the archive wave, but that's the one that's like mostly old stuff.
Maybe it was one of the Marvel wave. It's the current Marvel wave, the one that has Chris Star and
right.
That is not Target, not Walmart, no big box. It is just Amazon and Fan Channel, which seems like a step towards that. And it's also, I'm wondering if they're getting blowback from Target and Amazon of
probably,
look at all the clearance that we did.
Yeah.
And it's also, you're selling 2 figures for $50. Who are you selling these to? What numbers do you think they're going to sell in?
Right.
Particularly when, the Secret Wars Doctor Doom and Captain Marvel is a super niche audience.
It's a very niche audience.
$50 product.
It's such a niche audience, and a lot of people like only cared about the Captain Marvel or the Doctor Doom. Like very few people want both of those figures,
or a Walt Simonson Thor and Destroyer,
right?
Or an Origin Hulk and Bruce Banner,
right? And I feel like if you're doing a multi-pack, it should not be the price or more of like 2 figures. Like there should be like a bundle price where like you're paying a couple dollars less than you would have had you just bought 2.
Yeah, you're
otherwise why not just make them individually so people can buy them?
But that goes to also troop builders,
right?
And there's discussions being had right now on the TVC side, but also I think honestly that 2-pack should be correctly priced at $25 for existing molds.
Yeah.
That you're being able to encourage people.
To army
Why
build.
not? Why
Yeah.
not get the money up front,
Right.
rather than it clearance down to 25 or less
Correct.
for that 2-pack? Because no one wants to spend $50 for it.
Correct.
You know, when those 501st were at Ollie's
Mm-hmm.
for, you know, $5, $6, $7 a piece, you could have army built out the wazoo with those archive 501st.
My Black Series Cantina co-host Zach did exactly that. He 3D printed the Landspeeder Luke, you know, Jedi Temple set, and so he could have a bunch
The
of
marching up the
501st
steps.
marching up the steps. Exactly.
Sell those. Would
Yeah.
the equivalent of $10 a piece in a multi-pack. Because it's all existing. The paint ops are existing.
Yeah,
Do a
nothing's
straight-
new. It's just
Yeah.
a straight reprint or reprint or whatever.
Why?
Yeah.
Why the fact that they're not bundling those together? Hell, they could have taken the unsold ones, ripped them out of the packaging, thrown them in one of the plain white boxes, wrap them in some of your tissue paper,
Yep.
and sold those things off that way rather than clearancing them out to Ollie's, because people still want the army builder
They do.
stuff.
And you know, Hasbro did that with a couple of troop builders in Marvel Legends, or there was just came in like a plain box or like a very, very simplified box. Like it wasn't a normal
Right.
box. It was like the AIM soldier.
Yeah, no one wants it for the packaging.
Yeah. You're not army building those for packaging. You're army building them to have a bunch, and you don't want to spend full price on something you're army building. You want to get it cheaper so you can buy a bunch.
Yeah, crank it out and fulfill that demand. I don't understand.
No, it doesn't make any sense. You're
And
absolutely right.
yet the people who make those decisions aren't
Yeah.
the ones who were let go.
No, they're the kind of people like, oh man, we're not making as much money, so we got to raise the prices so we make more money.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the same
Wait.
thing you see.
Wait,
I
we
see
fired the
this
people
on-
who actually make these things?
Right.
We're just the people that say go make this thing?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Well, no, they only fired the artists that do the art so they can get AI art to do it all now.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I
That's-
can't wait to see all 7 of Thrawn's hands.
With like 20 fingers on each
Yeah.
hand. You know, it was so disappointing.
Here's a headshot. Expand this out and do a full mural.
If he's somehow watching this, I don't think he ever would. But what's his name? Mark. Oh man, now I can't think of his last name.
Mark Zuckerberg. If Mark Zuckerberg
No,
is watching.
God, no. I'm gonna look it up because I'm gonna name drop him. He did the original box art for Transformers, like from the 80s. And I'm on a Facebook group.
The paintings.
Yes, and I'm on a Facebook group that he's in, and he's like advertising, you know, art that he's been doing, and a good chunk of it is clearly AI art.
Oh.
And it's terrible. And like he's like a legit artist. Like, you know, I don't know what's going on.
Although to be fair,
yeah,
that original Transformers box art was basically Lisa Frank for boys.
100%. No, that's it's Mark Watts is his name. And it's just I'm looking at a picture he did of like Batman sitting in a friggin' like cafe with some lady, and it's like his hands morphing into like 4 different hands, and it's
Oh.
it's scary.
But they
and
have
disturbing.
incredibly talented folks on the
Yep.
creative side.
Sure.
They're capable of doing really great figures. I mean, DJ Ronan brought up the Doc Ock. I
Yep.
think is great. But you so talk about the re-release. Don't need 2 doctors.
Yep.
I would just love a classic Doc Ock. I think the Legends one for Spider-Man 2, but really
Mhm.
No Way Home is a great looking figure. That Green Goblin just came out as great. I mean, you see the
Yeah, I love your little displays, by the way. I love the It's good.
What
I
else
meant
you
to-
gonna do with?
No, it looks good. I love the Toby and Tom. Like, it's
I
good.
mean, it just works too well
It does. No, it really
to
does.
not do it.
And they look so natural too. Those are legitimately like good toys. And I don't collect Marvel Legends really anymore, but
I mean, that is a
I've
great.
it's
That's a
a
great Andrew
fantastic
Garfield.
likeness. Yeah, absolutely. And the detailing on the costumes fantastic.
So they're capable of great, and then you
They are.
have Balin Shorty.
So weird. I mean, granted, those are different teams, different companies, different, and we're getting. I really do think that there's some benefit to them not releasing toys of an entertainment expression that hasn't been released yet, and then taking that year and a half to produce those toys as good as they can, because that's what we're seeing right here is we have those Spider-Mans that are great.
But they did rush out a 3-pack.
They did. They
That
rushed out a
didn't that
3-pack.
that didn't have the clearance to do the unmasked
Correct.
heads,
Yep.
and they got everyone to buy.
And they could
those.
had they just waited, and not
Right.
tried to capitalize and strike while the iron's hot or whatever, and get those out and wait for being able to get those likenesses, everyone will be happier. Even though it sucks waiting longer, I'd rather wait for a better figure than get a figure right away that's flawed.
I would have definitely waited the extra year for Balin and Shin.
Correct. Yeah. Same. But like, I mean, look at the Book of Boba Fett figures we've got this last wave, like the Cad Bane. I mean, it's the same. It's the one in the 2-pack is better. It's got better paint, and I like the head better, and it's got the blast effects. So not counting that, the Mando on it is easily the best Mando we've had in the line.
Well, it's like their definitive Mando.
It is 100%. The only way I could think that they would come out with a better Mando is if they for some reason did like a removable helmet with him with a
Which
really killer Pedro Pascal likeness under it.
it seems like
Yeah.
no one's able to get Pedro
He's
Pascal.
got a weird face. He's got a Mark Hamill face.
What's gonna happen is there's gonna be some company that gets like a Last of Us
Yeah.
figure line, and they manage to nail it, and everyone's gonna do
Somehow.
head swaps.
That's what's gonna happen. Yep.
Or 3D printing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the weird sort of existential threat.
Yeah.
I think
Or
right now to Hasbro is that as more people are able to do custom,
Yep.
potentially cheaper ultimately as they raise their prices, but it'll be definitive editions.
Yep.
Then people are going to go to where if you've already narrowed the market down to super collectors who are super focused on getting the absolute perfect version, if you're not providing that at a cost that's comparable to them doing it independently, they're going to go for the independent and do it right. I mean, you know, a lot of people have been talking about how if you're pushing closer to, Mafex prices, people will just get like their definitive Vader from Mafex
Yep.
for the extra money.
Yep.
Rather than getting 7 different iterations of Vader as you refine your process.
We got so many Vaders this year. And I get why, and I like a lot of them, but
imagine if you
it was
had
still a
waited.
lot of Vaders. Yeah, it was still a lot of Vaders.
But as far as what's different in those Vaders,
Yeah. Well, we
you
had the
could have
removable
had a
helmet.
base body
Yep.
that just had swappable panels, so a couple of panel swaps,
Yep.
a couple of different helmets,
Couple of different helmets. Yep.
and the heads under the helmets.
Well,
but
and even
but you could have charged like $50,
yeah,
deluxe price for the definitive all in. Here's all the variations on Vader you need.
well, it's the same thing with like Return of the Jedi Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker wears technically the same thing the whole series. He just has a vest on at the beginning, then he has a poncho and helmet on, and at the end he just has a belt on. But like, you don't need 3 or 4 different figures for a proper Return of the Jedi Luke. You just need the one. maybe put an alternate, windswept hair on it for the beginning. You need that Return of the Jedi, the Jabba's palace, vest that you can take off. You need the
cloak.
and the cloak. You need the cloak. You need the poncho, and you need the helmet. You need probably an alternate, right hand with a glove on it. You don't even need like a battle damaged hand. You can have a regular hand and just a gloved hand, and that's fine.
If you go in that point, have the 3-hand options.
Why not? Yeah, okay, I'm fine. If we're just making
have
the
clean,
absolutely.
have the damaged, have the
sure
glove.
Why not? And in the end, you can have the regular chest piece and then the one with the open thing, like they did with the one they just made, and that would be a great,
and a lightsaber and a palace blaster.
Sure, absolutely, and that would be a fantastic, definitive Return of the Jedi Luke Skywalker that
which
covers
you
the gamut.
Expected.
Yep.
With the same thinking that launched the Black Series.
Correct. Just like the Han Solo they made. Like that would be the definitive figure, covers the whole movie. Every look that figure that character had in the movie, you can recreate with that one package. And you know what? I might have bought 2 or 3 of them just so I could, if I wanted to,
do
display
in those individuals displays, right?
Correct. I mean, I bought an extra Star Killer just so I could display more heads and hands in alternate lightsaber color that the big PulseCon version came with.
Right. But then, the thing that also then just baffles me, and again, this is a process thing I would love to talk to somebody on the inside about, is we've had Mark Hamill for nearly 50 years.
Yep.
We've had Harrison Ford. We've had Carrie Fisher.
Yep.
We know what they look like.
Yep.
Why have we not gotten definitive sculpts?
I don't know.
All of these years.
Yep.
We know it's possible. I have Hot Toys that have incredible Carrie Fisher.
Mm-hmm.
There are companies that have nailed Mark Hamill.
Yep.
That have nailed a Harrison Ford. Why in all these years are we still having not quite right? I think we finally have like a definitive Billy D. Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think the Skiff Guard and the General and even the regular Lando release are all great Billy D. Williams.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't think we've gotten a great Luke.
I agree.
In all of the releases,
we've gotten some pretty good ones.
I think the best Harrison Ford, as we said, is the Force Awakens one. That is, but that's not a classic Han.
It's not. It's not the Han that people want.
They didn't even master it for I think it's the closest they've come have been with the indie figures, as far as a Harrison.
And you can't
port over that. You could port that face over and put the hair on it.
Sure,
it's the same face. He's got the same damn face. Just make him put Han hair on him, and you're done. So that baffles me that we're still having issues with that, with the amount of talent that's out there. Like, what is the difficulty of finding the talent that's able to do that kind of sculpting? Because we see it in the customs that are out there consistently. That people turn to, and we know they're fast turnarounds because often we'll have those sculpts as the show premieres. People have worked out those customs.
Well, and it's sometimes like Frederick pointed out, like sometimes the sculpts are there. It's the paint, like with the Ahsoka they did. Like all he did was repaint it, and it looks Hot Toys level,
right? Or the Sabine,
yeah.
And that's not knocking how much better the paint has gotten.
Absolutely, the paint's been fantastic, but this has been true for a while. Like I remember people repainting Poe Dameron, and that's a famously bad head sculpt. But people that went and repainted it, I'm like, wow, that looks just like Oscar Isaac. It looks amazing. It's not a different head. They just painted it properly,
right?
And it's always,
or when they've gone back and done the face printing on ones that were formerly released as
correct. And it's always, you got to find that balance between how much time and energy and cost you're putting in to something that's mass marketed. And that's one of the advantages that a company like Four Horsemen and the Mythic Legions have over Hasbro is they're not making anything nearly to those levels. Like, I don't think people really understand how many Black Series figures get made of any one figure. I
Oh,
think
yeah, no, it's
they look at the HasLabs like, oh, eight or 9,000. That's crazy. Like, how many people are going to buy that? Like, that's nothing.
yeah,
That's
no,
so small.
yeah, that is insignificant compared to what is actually produced for a
Correct.
company of that scale with a global operation of that scale that is
Right.
fulfilling on a global
Right.
scale.
And people are like, oh, look at all these, they're showing up at Ross and it's because no one bought them. No, people bought them. That's just how many they made. They just made a bunch. Like, they made more than
Right.
people wanted, sure. But
What's that
like, it's not
is because they're producing at that scale in
right.
in factories that are largely exclusively Hasbro factories.
Yes.
I would love to know what the per unit cost with that
Same.
production volume actually
Same.
is. Like, what is compared to the cost of development for any given thing,
Yep.
knowing the volume and the per unit price, what the actual markup is on these
Correct.
figures.
Yep. Because I know what talking to people like Toy Snowman and stuff, like he'll tell you his margins for him as a retailer, but that's not what Hasbro
Right.
is
But
getting because they still have to make money off of it. So,
and there's no way that a Walmart
right.
is going to lose money or a
Right.
Target is going to lose money on a clearance markdown. They
Right.
might mark it down to a closer margin
Yeah.
to what their cost is just to move the product out,
Sure.
but they're not going to want to sell it under that.
Right.
So when we're getting figures like a $50 set down to $7 for like that Secret Wars set I picked up,
Mm-hmm.
what actually is that? Because also Target's buying for a national chain,
Yes.
international chain.
And again, they're buying people. I don't think people realize how many figures Target will buy of
And
that.
also the fact that they're making their money back, I'm
Right.
sure, on those initial sales,
Correct.
on the people who don't want to wait.
Easily.
Clearance is
People
literally
like me.
just,
Yeah.
we're just going to get our money back
Right.
and free up this shelf space.
Right.
So now the obscene markup is gone.
Right.
So I would guess, if I'm just going to throw numbers wholly made up, that I would not be surprised if the actual per figure cost is a couple of bucks at most. And I would bet it's probably closer to like a buck on the volume that they're
I wouldn't mind
creating.
knowing for sure. Yeah.
And then yeah, because I can't imagine that they're selling, even if it's down $15 for a $50 figure, that's what Target's paying for it.
Yeah.
So at some point, they're either going to have to correct or die when it comes to the market won't support it, because you're pushing the already shrunken market for these figures out because people just can't afford it. I mean, I canceled some pre-orders. There's
Sure.
some figures I haven't gotten. There are choices that I made that are like, it's not that important to me anymore.
Not for that
Because
price anyway.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
and then I am taking more of a wait and see
Yeah.
attitude with a
Yep.
very zen approach of, but if I don't get it, it's fine.
It's fine. Yep.
Oh, the thing that I never finished when I was talking about the Dungeons and Dragons figures.
Yep.
That I just wasn't going to get them, and then they showed up at Ollie's for $10 each. There were 25 when they came out, $10 each, and I still was like, these are not that important to me that I'm gonna dive in.
Right.
Knowing that it was what, 2 waves and that Target exclusive to finish
Right.
the entire run of characters that you'd
Right.
want from that.
Yep.
So you were looking at 6 figures and then the 2-pack to finish
like
it out.
$70 or whatever.
But at full price for those, that's
It's
that's
$200 or
$200.
$300. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a $50 for the 2-pack.
Yes, it
So
was. Yeah.
so the $10, I was like, that's too far.
And it
Before-
shouldn't have, because one of those figures is this little guy.
Yeah, it was basically a figure.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll get into the Grogu of it all later.
Right.
But Ollie's had a 25% off sale on all figures before the holiday. I wish I had known about the 33% after the holiday. And so I thought, oh, you know what? I'll get it. They only had wave 1, the first 3 figures.
Right.
But I got those. So I was like, okay, I've been wanting them in a way that I wasn't going to justify, certainly not full price or even the $10.
Yeah. But you got them for $750 now.
Got those. Then just I don't even know how I found myself. I was looking at Target's app and found that they were selling the other 3 all for under $10.
Okay.
I think one was even like $6. I was like, you know what? I'll finish out the main 6. The 2-pack is still full price for now. But you know what? That was for doing the entire run for under $50. That was enough for those characters for me to go, yeah, sure.
Sure.
Because also knowing once it's gone from clearance, then you're in aftermarket and then the price will start creeping back up.
Right.
But going and picking that stuff, I mean, still seeing those archives, I walk into that Ollie's and go, maybe I need another C-3PO. Maybe I can do some other custom with that for $5. But it makes me more wary to buy at full price, even though I know the production numbers have gone down.
Sure.
And things are less likely to show up in the ridiculous volume we've seen.
And I really hope that's true, because I genuinely think seeing all these figures hit clearance so visibly ultimately hurts the line.
But I don't think the ones that are even in the reduced numbers
Yeah.
are selling the way. Because
Right.
I think you've already pushed people out and the prices are still high.
Yep.
So people who are making that judgment decision to not buy are still making that same judgment decision because the price is still high.
Right.
So if they wanted to actually, knowing that it's probably super cheap to make these on the volume that they make them still, you could shave $5 off the SRP and make people feel better about buying not just one, but more than one, and keeping those people in the market rather than this steady creep up to push the envelope, because you're not pushing the envelope, you're pushing people out.
Right. I agree.
And you've already eliminated the kid market. So you're shrinking. Like, I don't know what the future of Hasbro is, because they're not a kids toy company. They're becoming a niche collectible company.
Well, and I disagree with that. Just in terms of, if you download that report, the earnings report,
on what they, well, I mean, they own so many properties.
Sure.
Yes.
And that's the thing, is their highest selling, like, most profitable items are for babies. Peppa Pig, or it's like role playing, like magic cards in actual Dungeons and Dragons, not the toys, but like.
But then then they got the actual creatives that make those things.
Right. But like, those are the things that like things like that we collect, the collectors collect, the Star Wars. Those were footnotes in the earnings report.
But those are also licensed properties that at a certain point, Disney's got to step in and go,
sure,
hey, if we want to preserve this brand, there's got to be a change made on this.
I don't
but I don't know where it goes. Like, what other companies going to pick up Star Wars?
I wouldn't want McFarlane to get Star Wars.
Because I can't imagine you also don't lose all of that tooling.
Right.
Everything that makes it possible to have an evergreen line of mix and match and
I also don't want to start over.
If McFarlane got it, it would be his freaking stupid 7-inch scale.
How many ways can he put Batman
Yeah, but
It's a
also,
Star
but he
Wars
would do it
line.
in a scale that's not compatible
It's not
with
compatible.
anything that's
So,
come
so you'd have
before.
to start over from scratch with a whole new collection. You're rebuying characters you've already bought years ago because now they're done by a different guy with different looks or whatever. I can't. I would be out of that. I just wouldn't buy it. I would move on to other stuff. I would work on maybe since if whatever reason Black Series ends and that's it, I would actually go back and start hunting down things that I passed on.
You'd finish out that carbonized
I'd finished out the carbonized and whatnot,
because you
just
knew
so
that
I
it
could
was
say
finite.
exactly, it's finite. But I wouldn't if it ever left Hasbro, I wouldn't go to. I would just stop collecting Star Wars, and I'd focus on being more into doing Mythic Legions or something else, just something that's more fun. I guess.
I mean, that's because
Yeah.
then it does. This all comes down to a brand management
Yeah,
issue,
it's true.
and I just
Or I just focus more on I've got GI Joe still. I've got Transformers still. Those aren't going anywhere because unless Hasbro just sells them or whatever.
I mean, they also could mismanage too. Hey, let's do another
True.
E1 purchase again. Let's.
True.
Who knows? Well, everyone should check out everything that you do.
Thank you.
This has
Thank
been
you.
a joy to
Yeah.
pick up with you to ring out.
It's been a while, so I'm glad we got to do it
2023.
before. Yeah,
We even got an appearance from Luke,
we did.
albeit brief, but that's
It
fine.
was fun. He went out for
he-
smokes and never came back.
it's so this is like my grandpa.
Yep.
So thanks everyone for watching. You can go watch a ton more open chats and Force 5 episodes. Also, if you're a fan of the Venture Brothers, we just had a new holiday song from Jackson and Doc, Jackson Public and Doc Hammer drop for the holidays. Go check that out. Plus, I've decided to try something new. I did a big, massive bit of a chat with Doc Hammer detailing the entire history of every one of the holiday songs that they've done. 2.5 hour conversation that is available on Patreon right now if you're a patron, or you can just buy it. If you don't want to become a patron, you can buy it. It's $3. I'm testing it. That's the first of the. Have you done any of the digital purchases yet?
I have
the little
not.
digital storefront. This is my attempt because I have a lot more stuff coming in the future and archive stuff. So this is a trial balloon to see how this does. People should check it out. Go to patreon.com/Ken Plume. You can find that or just sign up. That'd be swell. What else? What else is there? You can get the Art of DuckTales book. That'd be nice. People purchase that.
Art of DuckTales. DuckTales is a great show. If you should, first of all, you should go watch it on Disney Plus. It's in entirety there, and then you should buy Ken's book because you'll want to get everything DuckTales after you see it because it's probably the best DuckTales thing to ever DuckTales.
Oh, cheers! I appreciate that. There's a wonderful series, and there's still time to watch the holiday episode.
It really was a good series.
Sometimes there are good things out there, Mike. There's good things out there.
Again, it was one of those things where people are like, "Oh, it's not the DuckTales I grew up with. I don't like it." No, it's honestly, it's legitimately better. Do you know what happens when Donald Duck talks normally? He's voiced by Don Cheadle. What's wrong with that?
And he's a great leader.
And he's great.
Yeah, so check that out. I mean, it's an amazing cast. I mean, if you like David Tennant and Danny Pudi and Kate Micucci and Bobby Moynihan and Ben Schwartz and Toxa Lagundia, there's an amazing cast.
Oh, is it David Keith or Keith David? I always get his name
Keith David.
Because he's got two first names and they both sound right. But like the whole gargoyles thing that they did in that last episode, I died. I literally died when they did that.
Darkwing Duck is in the show.
The Darkwing Duck. They had Jim Cummings play Darkwing Duck, and he turns into Negaduck. They don't go anywhere with it because they got cut short.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, but it was a cool idea. The way they handled that was just So perfect. I love that I love they incorporate Tailspin and Darkwing Duck into DuckTales as like a shared duck universe, cinematic duckiverse.
In a unique way. Speaking of
Yes,
that
yeah,
Jim Cummings
yeah,
of it all, in a
yeah,
very unique way to
yeah.
handle it. People know multiverses. This version of DuckTales is part of a multiverse that also includes the 87 DuckTales.
Yes,
So
it does. It does. Yeah.
you're fine.
Yeah.
You're not betraying anything.
Yeah, they had what's your name voice Donald Duck as a kid. I can't remember the voice
Oh
actor's name.
yes.
She recently died, or she died a couple years
No,
ago.
she died. Russi Taylor,
Yes, thank you. But
who also
when
was the
she's
voice of Minnie Mouse and
yeah,
married to the voice of Mickey Mouse
well, and then also the original voice in DuckTales of Huey, Dewey, and
of Huey,
Louie.
Dewey, and Louie. Mhm.
And when he said Quackaroony, that took me back.
No, it is. Yeah. Oh, and the guest cast. You got Margot Martindale as
Oh
Mom
yeah.
Beagle, and
Yeah,
Catherine
it's
Tate as Magic of the
as magic,
Spell.
and she was brilliant. She was so good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the handling of Magica in the show.
Yep.
So yeah, 75 episodes, folks. You can go
It
dive
goes
in.
by. My wife got super into it, and she's not super into cartoons, but like she sat down while I was watching it, and I had to start over while watching it and rewatch like the first season because she liked it. John Hodgman as
John Rockerduck.
John Rockaduck. Thank you. That's so good. And
His
was it Jim Reed or Jim Rash
oh,
as
Jim Rash is Gyro Gear
as
Loose.
yeah.
No, it is Eric Bauza as
Mhm.
all of the Beagle Boys.
All the big yep. And then Lin-Manuel Miranda as
As Quentin
Quentin
Crackshell
Crackshell.
/ Gizmo Duck.
Yeah,
It no,
brilliant.
it is
Brilliant.
wonderful. And I got to
Yeah.
talk with all of them for the book.
Yeah.
So people should check that out. There's
Who was your
also
favorite? Who was your favorite? Who was the nicest?
to talk to.
Yeah,
Oh, I mean, they were all nice.
I'm sure they were. Kate Micucci
Um,
seems like a cool person.
Kate's just fun and sweet and
Yeah.
wonderful as a person.
Yeah. I fell in love with her on Scrubs. So
Bobby's a joy, and that was when I first
sure.
talked to her. That's how long I've known
On
her.
Scrubs?
Because I
Yeah.
used to do the Scrubs blog
Oh yeah. I was
on IGN. That was me
heartbroken
doing
when
that as a video blog with them.
yeah.
Who else? Ben was a fun conversation. You know, it's
Sure.
amazing just to talk to David Tennant.
Yeah.
The height of lockdown and COVID, and sort of Skyping with him was delight. Yeah, they were all great. Bobby Moynihan's just a fantastic nerd. He's also got a Force 5 episode.
He does. Watch his Force 5. It's a fun watch. I watched that.
He is
one.
a huge Star Wars collector.
Yeah. Oh,
Loves
I mean the SNL skit that they did
with the adult
was
collectors
so it was spot on and it hurt, but it was funny.
when he slaps the kid's hand, like, no, don't
Yes.
touch.
Don't touch. Yeah. So good.
Puts it back in the glass cabinet.
Yeah.
Or just being part of the sketch with Adam Driver,
Yeah. Well,
the
Adam
undercover boss
Driver
sketch.
is so good.
Uh,
He needs to be in more funny stuff because he's got
you know what? I contend him
Yeah.
and Amelia Clark both
Yeah.
need proper comedies
yeah.
to star in.
Yeah.
Because I think Amelia Clark is a great comic actor too.
And I don't know, maybe if it's just just the juxtaposition of how kind of maybe serious he is. Kind of like when Liam Neeson does comedy, where like
Or Harrison Ford.
or Harrison Ford, where you just don't expect it because they're so straightforward. I mean, Harrison Ford in Shrinking he got
great.
robbed. He got robbed of
A
I don't think
nomination.
he got
Yeah.
a nomination. He deserved it.
Well, hopefully there'll be a second season.
I
and we'll
hope
get to
so
see.
because it's a good show.
Yeah, no, he's great in it.
Yes.
But he's fun. I've liked the public loosening up
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
Harrison.
Yeah.
But I remember when he was because I did a documentary, I produced a documentary years ago on John Milius called Milius. If everyone wants to see that, screenwriter, director, writer-director of Conan the Barbarian and a bunch of other stuff. And Harrison Ford was one of the people we interviewed for it, and the person who went to go interview him, when they were done, Harrison was like, "You want to go get a cheeseburger?" Like, what? Callista won't let me have a cheeseburger at home. Do you want to go get a cheeseburger?
I just want to get a cheeseburger.
And the surreality of, you can't have it at home. You want to get a cheeseburger?
I think one of my favorite lines of his on Shrinking is when he's eating a Fun Dip. He's like, "It's a good stick." Just like,
or that entire
tried.
episode when he was high.
Yes, he's like, he's eating Doritos.
And we're like, you know what? Harrison is acting his truth.
Yeah.
Because that is Harrison.
That's hilarious.
So, yeah, everyone go check out DuckTales.
Check out
And
DuckTales.
Shrinking.
That's what we're talking about. Yeah.
And then
and buy his book.
And buy the book. And thank you to Brian Tiller for the super chat at the top. And there's also an Amazon wish list link if anyone wants to buy anything off of that. There's some stuff for the channel and some fun odds and ends, and anything that comes off of that will be talked about on here, and you will be thanked. And also I'll send you an awful drawing of something if you want.
Do it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
So cheers, everybody. Look, we this isn't a marathon for us, but we've made it a while.
This is not my longest one.
No, and Robo still has not taken up the challenge.
Nope.
I think he's scared. He really is.
He
scared.
probably is. I'm trying to get him on Black Series Cantina.
He's hard to pin down.
He is hard to pin down.
But once you do pin him down,
I figured, he's jobless now. He's got time.
You know what? Let that be the opening line in your next outreach to him. Hey, now that you're not busy anymore, maybe you can prioritize this. By the way, Ken said I should say this.
Yeah, this is Ken saying it, not me. I just want
this is not my framing. This is Ken's framing.
Yeah,
I'm cool with you.
Yeah,
I would never do that.
I would never say that.
Well, we'll talk again in the new year.
Yes, we will.
And you better have a video out in the next couple of days.
Yeah, well, at the very least, I got to do my top 10 Black Series figures. That's like a must as soon as I can. So,
and I want to see that two-handed unboxing.
Figure out a way to just kind of double hand it.
Okay, well, we'll leave it. That's the takeaway quote for the night. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
And stream.